Okay, I should be live now. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Alright, let me get my sources switched over. Give me a sec. I've been busy working on stuff, but yeah. Hi there, Bootleg Gamer. Hi there, Tara. Hi there, Lazy Noovie. Hi there, you should uninstall. Have fun lurking. I've been like working on stuff. I spent the past couple hours earlier today as well. And by earlier today, I mean I was like working on it up until quite literally half an hour ago. Making a calculator for something. I'll show you guys later, but there's still a lot more work that needs to be done with it to get it cleaned up and good to go. But yeah, let's get on in then. Okay. It's still a work in progress. Part of it is like trying to get there's specific things I want to get, but I can't really find a good price on some of the stuff. Especially because I want to shift a bunch of stuff to being rack mounted. And a lot of that stuff is stupid expensive for the correct cabinets and the actual racks I want in there. So that's part of it. So, yeah. Oh yeah, I have like Toph doing AFK event farming in the background. I just tone down some settings just to be safe. Just to save on a little bit of resources. That should help a bit. Okay. Oh yeah, there's no need to claim the stuff over here. No, it's not that. Okay. I need... Is that Crimson? No, I'll go get the Moonlight one. But yeah. There's a bunch of stuff I still need to get sorted out, and then I also want to get a couple of UPSs for that stuff too. But yeah. There's like a bunch of things there I still need to get sorted out and figured out still. It's just that that stuff is a bit too pricey right now. So and then I still have some other shelves and stuff still in the IKEA boxes not assembled. Okay.
Waka Waka on Anomaly Volume 2 is officially on sale. Members get a discount.
Is that this one?
Coco knows mint best.
I'll give these to Tori. Give Natalie hers as well.
Like this. Are you sure? I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Then we'll give that to Chiz.
I love it.
I don't think it's gonna be that bad.
Waka Waka on Anomaly Volume 2
What do you mean it's not
is
working?
on sale. Members get a discount.
It should be working.
Waka Waka on Anomaly Volume 2 is officially on sale. Members get a discount.
Aww.
Waka Waka on
Where is that?
Volume 2 is officially on sale. Members get a discount.
There.
Waka Waka on Anomaly Volume 2 is officially
Now
on
it's
sale.
loaded.
Members get a discount.
Okay. But if I click that, that should push me to 45, yes? Cool, I'm at 45 now. That means the weekly boss stuff should open up.
You need me to step in. Don't forget to bill them for an appearance fee.
I'm gonna need some of those sleeve thingies. Alright, I need to do my weekly bosses though. I'm gonna need some good boy stamps. Alright, let's go get that stuff done. Wait, did they send it? Shit. Wait, what's the thing I'm looking for? Wait, there's just something I'm just gonna double check real quick.
Hey!
Wait, cause like people in like the Discord are like talking about something. About getting mails or something. For the test. And I'm like, wait, what?
Hey!
I'm just gonna double check something real quick first. Because I'm just like, I noticed something on my freaking Discord there. And they like, need a specific channel. Hmm.
Hey!
I'm just gonna like check something in the information real quick. Oh. I'll just check it after. Okay, let's just go kill the boss. Okay, yeah, I could I could do this. I'll do this a few times and then I think I'll do this twice and I'll do the other one once, maybe. I'm gonna wanna get the Tori charged up first. Because for some reason, when she enters,
Where'd your
shit, I have like extra latency because I have.
I will see. Let's rock, Glory Tiger. Let me take over. Time for change.
I should honestly turn on the settings a bit more because I have like 2 emulators for TOF running in the background. You'll see. I'll pull it up after. I'll get to it. I'm just gonna do my stuff in here first.
The moon has set. I will see. Let's rock. Everyone, follow my command. I heard your call. Can't touch this.
Time.
Alright. No, you won't. Don't worry. You won't need construction paper, you won't need Elmer's glue.
Just now's the time. Finally over.
Alright. What's the drops? Oh, it's only 3, but at least those are higher. But yeah, we'll get to that after. I do have a sheet made that we'll be working with. Okay. But yeah, like right now in the background, I quite literally have 2 TOF clients just running in an emulator, just AFK macroing, entering the racist event, and just sitting there AFK for the participation rewards. Cause I'm gonna get the stuff done that way. Yeah, let's get the actual buff stuff first. That'd be nicer to do. Okay. Alright, I'll get this buff first. Okay, but yeah, my freaking... Yeah, might help if I turn off ray tracing too, for now. We talked about that already, didn't we? There's not really much to react to on that thing.
Appearance-wise. Oh, are you making a wish? Appearance-wise.
Other than, oh yeah, NVIDIA's probably releasing their fucking ARM chips to consumers. The chips that have been around for like 2 years almost now, that you could buy if you...
The tide of the world
Drawn to this place.
felt like I'm buying one of the DGX Sparks development boards.
The moon has set.
Cause like it's not anything super surprising, cause like the stuff on that has been leaked a long time ago. Like that stuff got leaked a long time ago. So people who know who know the stuff or like have been following it somewhat, we're pretty much already aware. Oh yeah, this is a thing.
Sit along with your moments.
Kill those guys.
Arriving at this very moment.
We got that thing. Alright, we should get the thing there at the witch's house, the buff there. And then I'll go kill the other two bosses. Alright, one sec. Alright. Let's go get the thing here.
Alright, let's go.
Alright. But yeah, we'll do the reacts after we do the Theorycrafting stuff. I'm just gonna get the main stuff here done.
Welcome to the. Your path ahead is shrouded in.
I don't know why they nerfed the freaking AFK farming of the TOF racing event. You only get one shard per AFK farm instead of two like before. Oh, there's something there. Okay. Let's see what the Lost Tail thing is there. I still need one more Danzaboro so I can max out the arc.
Leave this to me. I won't mess up this time.
But yeah, running this game, the game client with two Android emulators running at the same time with my Vtuber model and streaming, not exactly The best thing to do. Oh well. I wanna AFK farm the shards there. And I don't have the stuff set up on another machine to run the emulator, so... Just dealing with it here for now. Oh, it's this thing. So what do we have to feed him? And then you just change the time and come back later. Maybe I have to like unload the area or something? I don't remember. I fed them. Is that anything I was doing? Not really. Alright, who are we gonna rob? We'll rob you. Yeah, I'm getting like a crazy amount of frame drops and stuff. Because I have this shit running at the same time. Yeah, the dude just like walked in here. And then he just sat down. Okay. You know, one of these days we should just like find an NPC and just stalk them. See where they go. Just to see what happens. Okay, let's see. He'll be our next victim. Oh, Lacrimosa's just here again.
Can't fit any. Coffin small. Tomato jelly too much.
Can you put more in your pockets?
Pockets full too.
Oh, what about drinking some now?
Good idea. Can't fit anymore.
Alright, there's a crime spot over here. Just... Alright, let's see.
The type of the world, drawn to this place.
I mean, there was an NPC we took like 50k fawns from or something. With Natalie. You just walk up to them and you freaking get them to give you money. So there's that.
Don't mess up this time.
Watch where you're going, kid. You leave your eyes at home or what?
It's only been a few days, and I'm already broken.
Sure. Oh cool, that's our last briefcase. Alright, it was easy to find briefcases today. Now we need to find the other stuff. Alright, we got the 4 briefcases, but we need 2 more wallets. And then the food bag.
I can't shake the feeling I'm forgetting something.
Okay. There's an announcement. Oh, it's just for 1.1 content submission. They're getting that stuff worked on. Okay. Where's the... Oh, there we go. There's our next food bag. Oh, Lacrimosa's still there. Don't worry, she'll be playable soon.
Coffin. Some
Can you put...
pockets.
Oh, what about...
Can't fit anymore.
Soon we'll get her just a few more days. It's like, what, 3 more days? Oh, nothing to grab there. And there's a crime spot nearby here. Oh, it's the stolen car. You know, I wanna try something. What would happen if I got wanted? And then drove the car to the police station? I'm like super curious.
Let me take it.
Time for a change! Arc light!
Come back. Time flows on.
The moon has set.
Right, like what would happen? I think what will you turning the vehicles? I feel like I've seen you around. Alright. Thank you. Nothing. Nothing happens. That's interesting. If you're wanted and then you return the car in the police station and just nothing happens. Okay. Be illegal activity talking to Lady of the Night. Well, like, they said it's a legal activity, so it's a legal activity. What is that NPC's pathing, man? That is kind of weird.
Hungry? Come to Quickie.
Alright, need to find more feed bags. City boy. Oh, that's the briefcase. So we're getting a better briefcase RNG today. But not like the other stuff.
Every time I race over that bridge.
Come on. Surely we can find someone. Nope, they're not holding a bag. They're holding a briefcase. There we go, I found our victim.
Leave this to me! I won't mess up this time!
Our next victim is over here too.
Watch where you're going, kid. You leave your eyes at home or what?
Did we shoot her ass?
What's for dinner tonight?
You can tell them to go left or right, but then nothing happens. Okay. Alright, let's go back and check the spot there. Wait. If I set it to the next day, will that do anything? Why can't they call my freaking car? What the hell? Is it because it was too close to... Whatever. No, that can't be it. I don't know. That's just weird. Oh, there's... No, that's not a crime spot. That's just a teleporter. Oh wait, wrong way. I don't need to go to the wall, I need to go to... that. Where the pets were. Because I'm pretty sure I get something. If I go back to them. Yeah, now there's more of them. Wait, now the cats and the dogs are fighting each other. Did we talk to her?
Jingle jingle! Welcome to Jingle Wrangle!
Oh, is this the tips for interacting there? And then she likes otters. What kind of pet? She wants to have an otter. Okay. And they got the doggos and the cats fighting there. What happens if I change the time again? Right, first day I fed them, second day now they're fighting and playing there. No, that one's just sleeping. Yeah, I don't think anything's happening there. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's just go finish up with the weekly bosses. Oh yeah, what material does Lacrimosa need? Oh, the other thing. And which one was for... what's her face for Hattori? Yeah, I'll do one more of these and then I'll do two of the other one. Okay.
Still not quite enough power there.
Red zone. I will see you see that arrive. This color. Let's be done.
And thus, time flows on.
Alright.
I will see this color. Let's rock. Think you can challenge me? Everyone, follow my command. Child play. I heard your call.
Gotta beat the thing out of.
Can't touch this.
It'll only be a moment.
Arriving at this very moment.
I will see through the
Heroes, let's
time
Then we ult again.
That's the secret for a while.
The moon has set.
And is dead. No, I'm only getting 3 drops. Okay. I was hoping I could get a 4th one. But guess not. I'm gonna do another one of the other boss. But at least I get a little bit more drops this way. Or the other thing, I mean, for doing the higher level one. Yeah, because these ones unlock at 50 and 55. It's only slightly more beetle coins though. But beetle coins are still beetle coins. We take them.
Could only be a moment.
Time to switch.
Let me take over.
Underboss, it's our turn. Think you can challenge me?
A little show off.
Ready to save the day.
I will control.
It's covered. Watch me ship.
I'm down.
Then we ult again. Alright, we gotta pick the shit out of this thing.
Arriving at this very moment.
Time to
Trust me.
can't touch this. Ready to save
I will see through the trick. Could only be a moment.
Another
And is
mission.
dead. Yeah, it only drops 3 items at the thing. So there's like kind of no point in doing the thing sooner. Okay. That's fine. Alright, let me get healed up and then I guess I'll just start work on getting every character leveled up.
You need me to step in. Don't forget to bill them for an appearance fee.
Oh shit, I need a shit ton of beetle coins.
You need me to step in.
That also gives me
To
a
bill them for an appearance fee.
standard banner pull. Oh, I just realized if I click on the button there, it actually just shows me what I need for the next thing after, which is nice. But yeah, I need a ton of beetle coins now. So many beetle coins. So many. Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. We got scuffed RNG there. We'll claim our crate. Oh, there's a crime there.
All right, let's go.
The tide of the world, drawn to its place.
Arriving at this very moment.
Alright, they're dead. Oh, then I get even more city stamina there too. We're gonna save that. Oh yeah, we should open our bags. Alright, well I got... What's this? Ooh, a free pull from the gotcha machine there. I have a free 10 pull. Or rather, free 12 pulls. And then we get a little bit more fawns there. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna go use my butler. I'm gonna get my butler thing set up. Okay. I need beetle coins. And that's barely enough to do anything. Oh, welcome Raiders there. Welcome Sushi Lightning. And Raiders there. How you guys doing? I guess I could I'll pull it up now so you guys can see what I've been working on. It's still work in progress, but there's something pretty crazy I've been working on. Yeah, I've been prepping other stuff as well for 1.1. Honestly, I need to... Oh, is that the one? No, not that one. Okay, let me get this thing adjusted a little bit. Oh, but I've been working on here. Because this stuff is pretty crazy. There's some optimization still I need to do on this thing. On some of the stuff in here. But I basically made a stat calculator. And it can compare... Technically speaking, you can compare the data from up to 6 different arcs at once. I have just the base and the max refinement versions of that. And I can even like adjust whatever stats in here and change different values here to like impact the calc there to get an output over here. Though I'm pretty sure I still need to modify the break damage thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I screwed this thing up. Or rather, I'm missing. I think I want to have this one. One divided by that, and then I want to put this in here.
Is this all that's left?
I'm like, just checking. No, I think I screwed that one up. Yeah, no, that does not seem right. I'm like trying to fix the break damage calc here.
Top-notch stuff?
Because like I have the thing set up in a way where as well, based on how many times you would like knock down the enemy's break bar, it would calculate even the break damage contribution based off of the break intensity stat. But I don't have the calc quite working the way I want right now. Yet still. So like, I'm still like trying to fix it so I can account for that properly. Because like, this thing gets all sorts of data. Like, you would just import or just change. For this thing, you could just put a 1 or a 0 depending on which main stat is on the cartridge. And then the same thing for like, if they have the value on the subset on the cartridge or not. And then another category for just how many blocks are taken up by a specific substat. So like, if you have like 20 here, that means all possible substat slots on your modules is in that stat if it's 20. And like, it would just calc everything and put everything together. But I still need to fix the break damage thing. Because I realized after like double checking that like something's being a bit weird.
Left.
Done. Would that be better?
Is this all that's left?
Wait, actually, yeah, no, this is a better calc. I should use this as the base then. And it'll fix the other ones. That's I-28 and G31. Okay, so then G33.
Is this all that's left?
And that becomes G34. That's G35. Okay, sweet, I fixed it. I fixed the thing I wanted to fix. So like now, I could like properly compare things on here. So like right now, this thing is like set up as if Lacrimosa stats were what we're working with. So like her base attack there. I put the substack crit as 5% because every character has a base 5% crit and 50% crit damage. So I just have it in that slot, but like you can technically change it.
Is this
And then
all
this stuff
that's
here is like
left?
to count for the passives on whatever. And then I just assumed like all effects from each of the possible set bonuses are active here, but like obviously some of these don't really apply. I just left damage percent as just a generic one catching everything here. She's not released yet, but I got data from the from CN server that I'm working with here. Yeah, then if it's like that's the damage boost, then if you knock down the enemy twice from just
Top-notch stuff.
having that. Yeah, this should account for like every scenario. Did I put this as 0? But yeah, what's nice about this then is like I can like pick a specific spot and then I can compare what happens with this section over here if I change the main stat. So right now it's set as if crit rate is the main stat. I believe for Lacrimosa that will be her best cartridge main stat. If I change this to a 0 and change damage percent to 1. These are the values instead.
Is this all that's left?
Oh wait. Those are way too high because I added another 1 here. But I changed the formula to like fix something because like something was like super borged. There we go.
Top-notch stuff.
But yeah, like this is assuming you're just hitting it with like a generic 100% attack scaling hit. And we'll have the output there. So like a 0 enemy bar is broken. We can kind of see this is like the value of the signature wet arc versus the free-to-play accessible thing there. If I change this from 0 to a 1, this gets a little bit more damage, but the other ones don't because I have 0 break intensity stat applied. But yeah. So we got that from just
Top-notch stuff.
the break intensity stat there. But like if I was to just change this to 20, then everything will get a break multiplier there. And then all these numbers would also go up. If yeah, the 2 breaks happen. It's like that. But yeah. Like there's that stuff there. that I'm like working with here.
Is this all that's left?
But yeah, what's nice about this stuff is like I could just easily compare what's the best setup of stats. Crit rate main stat is the highest, I believe. Yeah, because like this one with crit rate main stat, that's 65,000, that's 6,500, 6,000 for the base one of the thing that you could just pick up. The signature arc, that's 78, 73, and 95, 23.
Is this all that's left?
But yeah. And then like if I change this to 0, switch it to crit damage instead as the main stat, the number goes down. So crit damage is worse than crit rate percent as main stat here. And then if I change this to break intensity main stat, for example, we're doing it with 2 bars broken. We get these stats even lower. That's lower than if it was just attack, or not attack, damage percent. And then I could even change this.
Top-notch stuff.
If this was instead attack percent, we get these numbers. Interesting. Attack percent main stat's not really scuffed. That's interesting. It's not that scuffed. Attack percent is only slightly weaker than damage percent on Lacrimosa in this case. But you want crit rate main stat, that's a lot stronger. Yeah, attack percent is only slightly weaker than damage percent in this situation. Interesting. But yeah, let's just compare damage percent to crit damage so that we can get like her stat priority. So this is 7565. So damage percent is better than crit damage. Interesting. So here you go. You have it for stat priority. Also stat priority. Crit percent over damage percent over. Okay, well, we'll double check attack versus crit damage. So attack percent, that's 7598. Wait, attack percent is higher than damage percent. Okay. Attack percent is higher than damage percent, which is higher than crit damage. And then that's gonna be higher than... Wait, no. Higher than damage percent, which is then higher priority than crit damage percent.
Top-notch
Okay.
stuff.
So I'm gonna just set this to 0. We're gonna set crit rate to 1 for the main stat. Now I need to see if flat attack is better than crit damage or not. Because I could just change a number and then we can get a value output. Which is really nice about having all of this sheeted out. I can just change one thing and they can get the exact output that I'm looking for. So we'll set, because we have an empty stat slot here.
Top-notch stuff.
We'll put one flat attack there, which is 80, and see what that does. Oh wait, let me turn off crit damage from this roll. So that's 9397 is this higher one. It is 7669. Nice. Change that to 0. Change this to 1. Okay, so crit damage is
All that's
better.
left.
And then we'll check break intensity versus the attack stat. This is 2 knockdowns. So 1 break intensity. Or actually, wait. Yeah, we'll do the all break intensity, so this would be 180 break intensity. That's 7922 is the thing there.
Top-notch stuff.
So if I put that to 0, and I'll just change all of these to flat attack. Change that to 0. Yeah, so flat attack is better than break intensity there. Okay. There we go. Interesting.
Top-notch stuff.
But yeah, crit rate percent is better than attack percent, which is better than damage percent, which is better than crit damage percent, which is better than a
Top-notch
flat
stuff.
attack, which is better than break intensity. I'm going to put a thing in my Discord then for a Lacrimosa. But cool. We now know the stat priority there. Crit damage itself isn't nearly as valuable.
Top-notch stuff.
But yeah. Somehow damage percent is weaker than attack percent in this scenario. Mainly because you just have so much out the gate of that attack percent ends up being better. Which is kind of funny. But yeah, there we go. Lacrimosa stat priority. He was banned from the UK. Okay. That's something, I guess. But yeah, we got that there. So we know what stats that you want to build for her. And like, this is nice because I can calculate extra break damage there.
Is this all that's left?
Uh, but yeah. Not like he was gonna go there. I mean, it is what it is. But hey, we got the exact stat priority here.
Top-notch
Damage percent is still better than crit damage. And that's still with like the extra bonuses that Lacrimosa has. This does not apply to other characters, and it doesn't matter which arc you're using. I see. The patch is tomorrow for Duet Night Abyss, right? We could probably play it for like 1 day. I'll probably have like 1 day of time. But yeah, if you want to know the optimal gear for Lacrimosa, here you go. You want crit rate percent over attack percent over damage percent over crit damage percent, which is better than flat attack, which is better than break intensity. This is the stats you want on Lacrimosa if you want to min-max it.
top-notch stuff.
Crit rate percent is the best stat, but crit damage percent is the 4th best stat. If it's at the same time, then rep. We can't check it out. We won't be able to. Arc main stat is crit rate. Her signature arc also gives you 60% crit damage at starting up the gate. If you equip her properly with modules, she has an extra 40% chaos damage from using 3 block pieces. Because you're gonna put 4 of them, right? And then what? Main stat is another 10 per the set is another 10%. So that's 50% chaos damage right there. Yeah, it's a pretty sizable one. Here's the thing though, like even if you use Youthful Fantasy, the free arc, yeah. So technically speaking, if we min-max her stats entirely, we would want fully min-maxed, we want this thing to be 1. If we had perfect stats. And then this will be 0. Attack percent would be 20 here. And then her final stats when fully min-maxed, you will have a final attack stat of 2058 on the stat sheet. You'll have an average crit multiplier with her signature weapon would basically be 2.54%. Not a 2.54. 254% would be your multiplier there, your effective multiplier. With it at R5, that would be 308%. Or, but yeah, you would effectively have like your actual stats there. She would have 89% crit rate with her signature arc, and 174% total crit damage on there as well. Because like, here's the thing, right? The maximum possible stats you can get from gear, substats, if you're only using substats, it's 30% crit rate and 60% crit damage. You actually don't get that many stats from substats on gear. It's very small compared to the character and the weapon effect in some cases. Like the actual substat values, because like this is assuming all gold pieces, by the way.
Is this all that's
Because this is like the individual value per block. Each yellow block space, if you get a damage percent roll, that's 1 damage. If it's crit rate percent roll, it's 1 crit rate. If it's crit damage, it's 2. Break intensity is 6. Flat attack is 8. Attack percent is 1.25. But yeah, you basically want crit rate, cartridge main stat on her. After that, your second best stat is attack percent, and then it's then it's damage percent, and then it's crit damage, and then it's flat attack. But crit rate percent is your priority.
Top-notch
I
stuff.
spent like 5 hours making this sheet work properly, and this even accounts for if you like knock down the enemy and it will multiply whatever your break intensity stat is, the relative gain of that in there too, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, so that's fun. Like it will I guess I could change the extra break damage to not subtract the 3%. Like and just be the total with the multiplier, but
Is this all that's left?
I don't know. I could like input that in here and just have like you could add total party break intensity, and then I could just change that there. I could put like I can make a like, category called party break intensity. And then you would just input that here. Or
Is this all that's
no,
left?
actually I put that over here as a category. I'll just call it other party break intensity. I can color code this. I could make it. Oh wait, that's text. I'll make the background black. That'll work. Okay, I just and then you can put a number here, and then we can have that added there. Plus whatever value is there.
Is this all that's left?
So if your party has what? Let's say you have 2 break intensity mules. We could add the 720 there from that as an example. And then all of that gets factored in. And there's the output there. So I could even do that to like get even more data out. Why? Because damage percent is too saturated on Lacrimosa. This is only for Lacrimosa.
Is this all that's left?
You don't... I guess so you can add that in for flat attack. I don't have a category for flat attack. I guess I can put that in. And then we can get that there then. I guess I'll put other... I mean, we can add party and then that can change it, but without any other buff, any external buffs. Attack percent. We can put a value there, and then we can put party buff flat.
Top-notch stuff.
Flat attack. And then I'll have to put that thing in here. Oh, I can add it to this value. Plus. J18.
Top-notch stuff.
But I don't think it's gonna change too much. Because we don't really have that many things in there. But we can add that in. So like if I put in, I don't know, we could put in 69% attack if we did. It'll get reflected over there, and the other stuff there gets outputted there. I'll make a generic version of this at some point that people can just change whatever values there and share it at some point. But right now this is set up only for Lacrimosa. I'll color code this to a different color. I'll make the text white. I'll make this and then the text also white there. And then final attack stat, we can just add that in here.
Top-notch stuff.
Right. And then this is at least super easy to implement. Because like what's nice is like by doing it this way I could even just see in real time what happens when I just change any number. But yeah, so I guess we can go check and see what happens. Let's say we put in Haniel. Right.
Business is tough.
Let's say we're using Haniel as a buffer. Let me just check her kit. So we got, with this thing, we're getting a 15% attack right there. So I'll go mark that down on the sheet. That's 15% attack right there. Right. Because of that Speedy Hedgehog set. I believe this thing is like up to 30% of her attack when it's like fully upgraded, her attack bonus ratio. And that's on her base stat. We'll figure that out after. Blow up the crowd gives 10% attack as well. Increase the active character's attack by 10% when the wearer is off field. Increases the active wearer's attack by 2% when the wearer deals damage up to 4 stacks. So this is just when she's doing stuff in the background. So that's another 18%. Whatever, I'm lazy, we'll just do that. So we get the 33 there. Hi, Chronolus. I have a stat calculator made here for Lacrimosa. This thing took forever to make. And, like, fill out all the information here. you can just input values in here for various different things and it'll spit out an output to make it very easy to compare various different things. But yeah, and then not Lacrimosa, Hanyu. Right, because like I had the sheet there. She has here her attack buff. I'm just gonna double check her awakens just to see if anything changes here. Nope. Increases team's crit damage though by 12% when she's using her ult. So there's technically that too. That we can add in. I guess I'll go make a category from that one. Party buff. Crit damage percent. Party buff. Crit rate percent. Alright, I'm gonna have to add that value in then now. Because she has that. So final crit damage. We can add J22. So now we have that in there too. We can do the same thing with crit rate. Plus that. J24. Because I guess now you can even input values from Witch's House to see what's the best Witch's House buff to get. If you want to plan around doing the endgame content with that. You could quite literally just put any of those values in. But I will make a generic version of this sheet available at some point. Oh no, those letters I was putting in there, that's just the cell value. Don't worry. Okay, and this should work correctly. If I put a 69 here, I have a cap enforced that'll just lock it at 100%. So that's working properly. The same thing here, if I can add 100% here. And all of those get 100. Right? So it's working nicely. I'm going to color these. I'm gonna give that red. This is gonna be orange. And I give both of these white text. I'll bolden these. I can make this category just a little bit bigger. But yeah. So pretty much any buff thing there can be manually inputted in here now. Alright, break intensity, attack, flat attack, crit damage, crit rate percent. All of those can now be factored in. So there's that there too. But I'm pretty sure that doesn't really change too much if we add the thing in there. Anyways, annual flat attack, let's go figure that out. That's 30% of whatever her thing was. I'm just gonna go check the Everness data, Everness.info site that, like, the guys from Waifu's Grace made. Haniel has a base attack stat of 307. And her arc that she's gonna be using, right, which is, where is that? Blow up the crowd, that's 512. So she has 819 as her base attack. Times 0.3, that's 245.7 is Haniel buff. So now we have that put in there, but like honestly, even then with all this, it's still not really gonna change too much, I don't think. But like, yeah, we can pump in a Haniel buff there. I guess at the same time, hey, why not pump in the steroids from Sakiri as well? Sakiri is using, which Archicon was it? Good Boys Grand Adventure, that's a 474 base attack arc. At its base, that's another 10% that we can add to our total here. That we get. Right. So like we can manually just add that in the situation you're using. Security on top. And then what was Sakiri's buffs? Let me just double check. Oh yeah, her ult gives attack bonus. Increases team attack excluding Sakiri based on Sakiri's base attack. Let me just double check to see if that's the correct wording on her.
Your back, you won't have to worry about a thing. What do you want? If you're that free, go buy me the latest Duke cake.
Right, I believe it's on her ult. Yes, 30%. So we'll have to figure out the 30% of Sakiri's thing too. And then I'm just gonna double check, does Sakiri have any dupes we can add as well
Every little
to that number?
Hold on. Let me get out whatever Kiramaru gobbled.
Right, we might as well check. Okay, so Feast of Gluttony is her ult, right? Why is there another 30% attack here? I thought she already gives a... Let me just double check something. I'm just gonna go check high risk commission, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna look at stats. Just to double check. what attack increases that we're getting. What the hell? I can't open the character button UI anymore. Bro, I can't look at the character sheet anymore. What the fuck? When did they make that freaking change? I want to check the character sheet that way, because it's easier to check everything that way. When the hell did they make that change to just block me from pressing the key to see the character stats? That's kind of annoying. Because it's like useful if you wanted to also check your buff list too.
Me? I'm here.
Right, so we have 1636 attack. These are the effects on here.
Tag, you're it. Kiramaru, stop swarming around.
Oh fuck, I need to charge up her skill. Or her ult. I just want to get out of combat.
What do you want? Do you want to hang out?
Alright, so that's the...
I'm free.
We have
after
no
work.
attack buffs here.
Hold on. Let me get out whatever Kiramaru gobbled.
And then there's another attack there when I use the ult.
What's your step? Hold on. Let me. Me? I'm here.
Okay. Interesting.
I can do this. Do you want to hang out? I'm free after work.
Active thing, blow up the crown, that thing, contemplative. So I'm at 2034 attack. But like... Yeah, Speedy Hedgehog is there. Good Boys Grand Adventure is there. Blow up the crowd is there. But I don't see
What do you want?
the other thing here.
Go buy me the latest Duke K.
The attack bonus ratio. Yeah, based on Sakiri's base attack. It just says increases team attack, excluding Sakiri, based on Sakiri's base attack. But I don't see anything reflected in the stat sheet there. Which is interesting.
Coming through.
You know, I'm gonna recharge it. And then I'm gonna unequip the arc and the other thing. And then see if it changes. It doesn't matter if it crits or not, it's not worth using.
Another miss.
It does about the same amount of damage as 4 seconds of her dot. In terms of ticks. Or like her actual 1 second of her DPS on field. But basically, it's not worth building around. You can pretty much ignore triggering Discord. It's not worth it.
What do you
Okay,
want?
so what we're gonna do then is
Go buy me the latest Duke cake.
we're just gonna remove that. We're gonna remove that. And I'm just gonna temporarily... Oh yeah. I wish we could get charge speed as a main set on cartridge. But we can't. I wish they kept it though. Because like in one of the previous betas you could actually get the actual charge speed as a main stat. Because that would make certain things a bit smoother. But yeah, so we take that off.
Hold on. Let me get out whatever Kiramaru gobbled.
Alright, so we would expect about 30% of this. So at least plus 100 attack is what we're looking for.
I'm here.
Right, we need to have more than 1600 attack basically when we switch to Chiz.
Me? I'm here. Tag, you're it. Watch out, fool. Please, trust me. Me? I'm here.
Okay. It does not count, it does not show up as a buff on the sheet though. That is interesting. It does not show up as a buff there, but it does count.
Let me get out whatever Kiramaru gobbled.
That is very interesting. Like, it does not show up as an actual stat there. For some bizarre, strange reason.
Hold on. Let me get out whatever Kiramaru gobbled.
No. I am not free to play. But, like, yeah. You're asking a month in now. More than a month later. Crazy. Alright, let me give her back up, blow up the crowd. Okay.
Here I am.
Well, at least now we know. So I'm gonna assume then that dupe on security makes that 30% 60%. So we can go back to that sheet. Okay. Let me just check. Security has 386, and then what arc? Good Boys Grand Adventure, which is 474. Which means she'll have 860 base attack. That means she can buff upwards of 516 flat attack. So we can go put that in the sheet. That's double Haniels. Funnily enough.
Hmm. 'Cause 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 '
which means now there's another 761 flat attack being boosted there. But yeah, then I guess now we can recompare the stat impact between attack percent and damage percent, now that we've added all that in. So, baseline number, if we have damage percent main stat, we'll just use with her signature, so that's 14259, or we'll just say 1.4260. And then I put attack percent here. Okay, after all of these buffs, now attack percent is weaker if you're in this situation. But is attack percent weaker than crit damage? Yes. So if you pump it with both Sakiri and Haniel, that changes. Okay. Okay, so that's good to know. Either way, you want crit rate as your main stat. Okay, although we can adjust the other stuff there too. Technically, yeah, Haniel does. We didn't include the Haniel crit damage buff in there,
Another new day.
but like, let's do it without Haniel in here then. I'm just gonna put annual flat is 245.7. Security flat A1 is 516. Otherwise, it's 268 if it's not. Alright, so let's just say we have security A0. And then we remove Haniel's flat attack, party attack percent buff from her thing. So now that's 25%. This is security A0 now. So let me compare damage percent again. So that's 113, 113, 17. Now if I change this to attack percent, that is now weaker. Okay, so having any security buff or any Haniel buff will make attack percent worse than that. But let's see, is it better than crit damage? Because no, it is worse than crit damage. Okay. So if you have no external attack buffs, then attack percent is better than damage percent, which is better than crit damage percent. But as soon as you gain some external buffs, attack percent is worse than crit damage percent. The hell? How the hell is... What the fuck is this Lego draw? What the hell? Right here, we're just doing freaking calcs on what happens if you adjust different stats here. Yeah, universal damage is just the second best stat in the game. Okay, so I'm just gonna put... But yeah. But yeah, I guess it just changes how you build the thing there. As if like any buff exists, attack percent is now worse than crit damage percent. But yeah, I will be like posting this again, this information then on Discord. Yes, damage percent is the same as elemental damage percent, yes. It is the same. It all gets additive to the same stat when the damage is being calculated. But yeah, so... Attack buffs exist. Attack percent worse than crit damage percent. But yeah. Yeah, they generalized it for substats. They just combined it all into one. But yeah. This stat calculator though, very nice there. But hey, at least now you know what to prioritize. Realistically though, like, attack percent and crit damage percent aren't gonna be that much different from each other. Attack percent is only slightly worse than crit damage percent. So like, if you're like seeing pieces of gear, right, and then like you have another offensive stat that you can use as a last one, like I would still just take it and just use it. Unless you just got like extremely perfect pieces. As long as like you see crit percent and damage percent first. And then like, hey, if there's attack percent after, it's technically better than to get something like that than just double crit pieces and then 2 empty substats. It's better to have crit percent and damage percent. Even with it saturated as the damage percent stat on Lacrimosa, it's like that. I mean, I'll probably like make a different... I have to like make a modified calc to do Chiz. That said though, for Chiz, the thing with Chiz, if you want to figure out what year to put on her, Literally, the only thing that matters is if you have damage percent on all the substats and you have Cosmos damage. Because you only get one crit per rotation, and the actual impact of having the maximum possible crit damage in substats versus having 0 crit damage substats on Chiz is 0.8%. Overall, like, your just damage difference is 0.8%. Like, when it just evens out to like 0.8%, so like building any crit damage on Chiz is like pointless. To the point where like Chiz stat priority is damage percent over break intensity, over attack percent, over flat attack, and then you can shove in crit, but like crit doesn't basically nothing. Because if you have no crit, you're just gonna have a 5% chance to crit anyways. And the highest possible crit rate you can get on Chiz is 35%. So it's basically pointless. And like, the part that can scale off of the attack stats and everything is only a very, very tiny portion of her damage. Yeah, you can pretty much do that. I think break intensity though still. Break intensity is always good to have. And then just put 2 defensive stats.
Just right.
Damage percent, break intensity, then 2 defensive stats for Chiz. Pretty easy, like... It's a very small, like, difference between having the attack and what's there and not having it at all. Because most of her damage is just the flat scaling part. Wait, and getting robotic? Really? Wait, and getting robotic? Really? No, that sounds fine. I thought like something was like super glitching out there. I don't know, but like yeah. So we kind of like the math on that figured out now. Wait, was there anything else I wanted to double check on?
What should we do today?
Business is tough. Every
Can
little
I even
thing
afford to
counts.
level her up? No, I cannot. Damn, and now like the pain part is like getting all the mats and everything I need so I could actually level up everyone. Let alone upgrade the skills and whatever else they'll need. That's like the next pain point to deal with. But yeah. At least we know exactly what you want to focus on when building the stuff there. But yeah, we got the sheets. We at least got the sheets, that part of the sheets out of the way. And that's only part of it though. Like, I'll probably need to make another thing set up for like individual party members and get that thing sorted out at some point. But yeah. So I think I did like pretty much all the relevant important dailies there. There's like not much else I have left to do in here. Yeah, that's because I have a bunch of shit going on at the same time in the background. I quite literally have 2 emulators for Toph AFK farming the event in the background as well on this machine. I am quite literally just slamming with a bunch of shit to do at once. So yeah, there's technically 3 games running at the same time. On top of my Vtuber model, on top of the streaming it out. Right. And games in the background are technically virtualized because they're in an emulator. There's just a lot going on, that's why it sometimes it's chugging a bit. But yeah. At least we got the math and all that figured out for the most part. And then after that I have to like come up with like freaking rotation shit and put that together. I mean, that's not a bad idea. Like, it's not a bad idea to do that, actually. I mean, I am using, the integrated graphics on my CPU for part of that. I am actually kind of doing that with the integrated graphics on my CPU. But, like, no, that is actually a thing that, if you know what you're doing and how to set it up properly, it's a really good idea to do it. If you know what you're doing. But I don't even have like the actual DPS rotation data there for different comps. So I can't even put that data in yet. But like, honestly, if you're really gonna do like a bunch of that crazy shit at the same time, don't do it on Windows. Windows is a piece of crap. Like, just don't. It is a piece of crap at managing a lot of things. The CPU scheduler on Windows is absolutely terrible. Let alone its memory management at times. I mean, sometimes, like, if Windows sees you have a lot of RAM, it starts to think, okay, I can just shove a bunch of stuff in there even if you're at idle. In some cases, if I close everything on my computer, Windows will idle at like 20 gigabytes of RAM usage. 20 to 30. Just because it feels like I'm gonna index everything. For some reason, Windows will just do that. It'll just load up if I close everything. Like 20 to 30 gigabytes of RAM. Because I have 64. That's part of why Windows just eats up so much RAM. But yeah. That said though, like, here's the thing. It technically takes up more memory if you're like trying to add them up together or whatever when you're doing multi-GPU, if you're trying to record something that's rendered on a different GPU. Because all of that data will still need to be copied over to the other GPU's memory. That is doing the recording or the streaming or whatever with OBS with it. That would also need a complete copy of everything. For the most part. So like, it technically uses up more VRAM that way. It's kind of the same thing with like back when like SLI and Crossfire for multi-GPU setups were a thing. If you had, let's say, I don't know, like, let's say you had two RTX 3090s in NVLink SLI. Each one has 24 gigabytes of VRAM. But you do not get 48 gigabytes of VRAM, you still have 24. Because if you're trying to play a game using both of them in SLI, because of how it just renders the output with the frames, both GPUs need to have the same data loaded into memory. At the same time, if you're using that for like a video recording or a setup of some sort while you game on one and have it do something on the other, whatever data is being sent out to your display output would need to get also copied and filled into the VRAM of the other GPU that's not running anything but the recording or whatever. The reason why, like, back in the day NVIDIA advertised GeForce Experience thing to record gameplay as being very efficient and stuff like that is because it's just copying over whatever display output data in memory is and just passing that along to the the video encoder so it doesn't take up extra resources. That's all. Because it's like the data's already in memory anyways, on the GPU's memory, so might as well just have it copied over. That's basically what goes on. Or at least a very dumbed down version of it. It's a lot more complicated than that, probably. But like, if you dumb it down, that's basically what it's doing. Okay. I'm gonna go kill some bops. And then we'll go look through our reacts, because I have not looked at them for a month. I have not. But yeah, now we know. It is still funny though how in a vacuum attack percent is the second best stat on Lacrimosa. In a vacuum. But then as soon as you start adding external buffs, it falls a little bit behind.
Perfect angle. The wind's just right.
And then, time flows on.
Is that how balance works, I guess? You wanna look at it that way.
Moon has set. Let me grip the easy step here.
But now I get the achievement for the freaking... Okay.
Let me take a closer look.
So some of the hidden quests, like just giving you achievements, are like super delayed.
Could only be a moment.
Which is scuffed as hell. Bro, I can't hit Bob.
I will see through the nexus.
Because it went too high. Alright, we'll go to the next one. Next bop is all the way over there. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised that like no one else bothered to like make a freaking stat calculator for NTE or anything yet. Like, I'm surprised that like I haven't seen any of that stuff. Oh well, at least we have one now. Or I have one that I can make use of.
Haven't gone rusty, have I?
Time to open. I will see grip heroes rescue.
The tide of the world, drawn to its place.
The moon has set.
Shit. Yeah, shit's lagging because I have the freaking other shit running in the background.
I heard your call.
Don't worry.
A little show off. Could only be a moment.
It's so hard to play with like a low frame rate.
Arriving at this very moment.
I wouldn't have this issue if they didn't freaking nerf the AFK farming for the racist event. The top racist event rerun thing. If they didn't nerf it, so you only get one shard per participation instead of two, like it used to be, I would have been done by now. Because I had the thing running since like yesterday. Because I can only enter it once every 30 minutes. But like, yeah, big brain strat there, right? Just AFK so you don't have to do it. And it can just run in the background. No, you're not. No, you're not gonna get quizzed on the freaking spreadsheet.
I will see through the nexus.
Trust me. The tide of the world, drawn to its shore.
I didn't put a border in the gameplay, the game did.
The moon has set.
I heard your call.
I will see through
Hero to the rest.
Next one's all the way down there. I'll just wait for this thing to load. But yeah, like, in terms of like the amount of RAM I'm using right now, I'm probably using like 50 out of like 64 gigabytes of my RAM. I'm using so much right now.
Couldn't find that sweet
Time to woo.
I will could only be a moment.
Arriving at this very moment.
Let me take over.
That's another one down. And then there's another bop all the way down there. Alright, let's get loaded in.
All right, let's go.
Alright, one sec. Uh, Alright. I just had to like alt tab and check something for a sec. Sorry about that. Alright, these guys can die.
Drawn to his cage.
Okay, you just think to like recharge your ult first.
Let me take a closer look.
Let me time for a change.
Come back. Time flows on.
Let me take over.
Let's rock! Roaring Tiger!
Trust me.
Alright, where does it say the next bop is? And now it's all the way over there. Let me go upgrade the bop first. I'll go upgrade him first, and then we'll go kill the next one. I think that's the last one on the map, though. That's probably the last one. Okay. Right, because it reduces the stam cost they are. So it is nice to have it, just in case. Because it's just an extra small percent cheaper dodges and shit. Okay, we just wait for this thing to load.
Please return it to the security office. Trust me, good. Underboss, it's our turn.
The tide of the world, drawn to its shore.
The moon has set.
Time to come. I will see you when I arrive.
This thing is almost dodged. Alright, that's the last of them. Nice. Alright. We had that achievement from earlier. Yeah, and I still need a pet 34 more small animals. And then there's other stuff there for the achievements there. That I haven't done yet, that'll need to get done at some point. I'll just teleport there and get healed up first. But yeah, I don't know why they removed the ability to just check your freaking stats on the scene there when you're in some of the instant content. Because it'd be just so nice if you could just check it for to see the buffs and stuff. But yeah, thanks for the follow as well, Shake Leader 1. Alright, I don't think there's anything I need to do in-game anymore now that I want the thing. I guess The
Wanna
one
try
thing,
amazing
the one last thing I probably want to
Always
check
ready to
is
hack.
Greetings to you.
if break intensity actually does speed up hitting a break bar. Which I guess I could test. But that one's just kind of a boring one. I would just basically just on-field Adler because I have some defense on it and just test what happens at different break intensity stats. And like how many times I have to need to hit it. To damage the break bar. Which I guess I could do. But yeah. Okay, I guess now we'll finally get on to doing those reacts that I just been sent and just sitting in the backlog for a long ass time now. What? Which window was it? Okay, give me a sec. Alright, let's see. What was sent to me? Oh, there's a bunch of stuff here. A lot of things that were sent. Ah, yes, here. Call Beast here, but I have a bad feeling about this. Yeah, it's the thing that was leaked a long time ago. It should be it should have the specs of the DGX Spark or something. With less RAM, I'm pretty sure. That's probably what it is. NTE and Ananta just got a perfect friend. Okay, Moongaze, yep. Wang Yu. I hate, like, links for, like, Twitter if there's, like, a video, because it's just a pain in the ass to view these on stream. I'll just see it like this. But I'm pretty sure this is not releasing outside of China. Yep. Yeah, I got my doubts though. I mean, this stuff it looks pretty cool though. What they got there with the roller skating and the scooter. And then you can jump into the motorcycle. Yeah, that's true. I sincerely hope that the music isn't gonna flag me. What happened to like the weird Zelda Tears of the Kingdom-esque building though that they had? Right, they didn't have like that stuff. I guess I should change category now. We'll go to just chatting. Because we're technically not playing right now. And we're kind of done with the shade stuff that I can work on right now anyways. But yeah, there's like so much crap here to go through. If you have Nano, you can enter Pukaland by glitching, yes. Just using the gravity thing to go to the height limit and then just climb up from there. Yeah, that'd be cool. At the same time, though, like, the problem is then, like, with how a lot of these game developers design live service stuff, and it's just kind of annoying to deal with every day, especially if you're playing with other live service stuff at the same time. It basically just eats up all your time, and you have, like, it's just, like, I end up just being, like, somewhat mixed, depending on how they handle the stuff in there. But yeah, the not only a falling glitch or thing with the gravity to go all the way up and then just go over the barrier that way.
Trust me.
But yeah, it's one way to get to Puka Land. Not like you can do anything in there anyways, even if you can go there. You're not gonna be able to do anything there. Other than just look around at the unfinished stuff. Right, it's like you could look around, but there's nothing there. Because it's unfinished. Yeah, it's kind of just a mixed bag with MMOs. This guy, isn't this guy the Enfield thing here? Enfield story got better. Bad. Enfield's something. It's something. For sure. Alright. Here, let's go pull it up. I'll pull it up in Grey J. Which is the other YouTube client. And then we can look at the comments after.
Man, I can't even lie. I was excited for this game. I didn't look into it much prior to release, as I find that
Yeah, I just hit 45 earlier as well, did the weekly bosses. Yeah, heyday of MMOs was quite something, man. I used to be super addicted to playing WoW when I was in elementary school. Why does it say that?
And usually don't check out much.
Here, let me...
Man, I can't even lie. I was excited for this hurting the place. That seems of it, and if it seems interesting, I get a release date and usually don't check out much more information about it till I go play it. Not to say I quarantine myself from information, because that seems a bit much, but I won't exactly seek it out bar some games that are the exceptions. And the premise that I heard over and over from Everness to Everness was a gacha game that is anime GTA. And honestly, that alone had me interested, because it's different. The hell you mean a gacha is gonna try to be like GTA with a shit ton of anime characters? Alright,
okay.
That's cool enough. Game's free, I'll give it a try. And in my time of playing it, if I'm being honest, it felt like a soulless amalgamation of ideas pulled from other games with no thought being put towards how those ideas function together or if they even work together. And yeah, that's a pretty harsh outlook, I won't lie.
Okay.
But the thing is, I don't even think the game is godforsakenly awful. I just feel like, if I'm being objective about it, that is the most accurate description I can give, so I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. I feel like in the past, I've been a lot more kind in my reviews of games. I focus a lot more on the positive aspects in my reviews because I didn't want to feel like I was bashing the game. However, this led to me looking back at some reviews and thinking, yep, should have just said everything that was on my mind because Lord knows I was way too kind to Duet Night Abyss, for example. Granted, not a singular soul could have foresaw just how ass that shit was gonna get, but I tried to mainly focus on the aspects I thought were good, or at least give a bigger spotlight to that instead of how big the spotlight should have been on the negative aspects. And in turn, it led to a review that, when I look back on it, I don't think is as accurate as it could have been.
I don't know.
Which is why for this review, I'm just gonna give up my opinion how it is. So I'm gonna say, if you're the type to get mad at people on the internet not liking your favorite game, just click off this video. You click off to go watch one glazing it, or I don't know, actually just play it or something. Getting mad at me ain't gonna do much for you, so just spend your time better.
Okay.
And most importantly, me not liking it shouldn't affect your enjoyment of it. If you really like it, that's all that matters. Enjoy your time playing it. I want to accurately review the game from how I feel about it, though I don't want to stop people from playing something they enjoy. But me personally, I didn't enjoy my time with it. The game started off with some promise. The beginning cutscene was visually really well done. The way they mixed 2D art onto the 3D environment was really impressive. Then later on, the prologue of you dealing with an anomaly had great atmosphere. I wouldn't say it was really scary, but it did a good job at giving the atmosphere of a horror game, which is impressive to do when your game is made of bright anime graphics. Now, those two things were, when I saw them, big strengths for the game. However, they really just fell flat later on. Like,
because I'm guessing he wanted a horror game, but it wasn't a horror game. They just have these scenes.
The horror atmosphere they had, that shit dissipated in the main story, quickly. Literally, the next chapter afterwards feels like something ripped out of a slice of life anime. You're celebrating the birthday of this domesticated anomaly and, I shit you not, trying to help him riz up this creature. Like, this is the quest that immediately follows up after the horror atmosphere they had.
But it wasn't his birthday.
Now, I'm used to games with a slow burn, and at times it's needed to get you introduced to the cast for you to actually give a damn about them. A lot of the times when games throw you headfirst into big emotional moments that are meant to grip you, they can fall flat if they didn't take the time to build up the characters. So having a slice of life chapter isn't a bad thing if you can make us give a damn about the cast, but this one didn't do that, because it mainly focused on Takedo. It makes sense because it's his birthday, but that thing doesn't really have any substantial amount of plot relevance in later chapters. The 2 chapters afterwards mainly focus on characters that appear in those chapters. So what the hell was a slice of life meant to be? It didn't make me care about any of the characters, it broke the pacing and immediately just iced me out of something that seemed interesting. Why wasn't this a side quest? The next chapter was better, but I wouldn't be lying if I said you can sum up what happens in it on a sticky note and that'd cover most of the important details you needed. The gang goes to an auction house to get something. Hattori gets drunk and rage baits everyone in a Pokemon battle. Someone comes in and steals what they are aiming for. They need to stop the anomalies hurting the place. The story doesn't get interesting again until the final chapter we have in the game now, but dear God, it wasn't worth the filler that was before it. The mystery of it's intriguing. I think it helps bring back the interesting atmosphere this game has, but even then it's not really like it's enough to make me think the main story of the game wasn't uninteresting as all hell. The game literally feels like, on one hand, there's interesting horror elements to it, and they do an impressive job with mixing it into the open world, like when you go to find an anomaly, how it shifts the world around that. Then on the other hand, the story is also obsessed with making all of the characters act like comedic relief side characters in an anime, whilst the main story plot is a collection.
I mean, here's the thing as well. We got this shit done. This is just to figure out optimal stats right here for Lacrimosa. A freaking calculator for stats, and then expected output. When you mix in party buffs, you count if you what the effect or the impact of break intensity, even every single possible multiplier of values from having various set bonuses. I technically made this a bit even more overkill and put in data that was not going to be used for Lacrimosa so I can reuse this later for other characters and just change stuff around. Because I have it set up in a way where it's pretty flexible. And like all of these values I can change and just see the thing change immediately there. But I got all this stuff set up. That thing took hours to get organized and put together there. But yeah. So there's that. But yeah, we're gonna go get Lacrimosa, don't worry. Where is the freaking tab window for that?
Of random bullshit go. It's just kind of baffling. Now, the open world does a good job of diving more into the anomalies. You can go on anomaly hunts and seek them out to fight them. One that stood
Yep.
out to me was going after these puppets that appear at night in the school. You'd go around the area and need to figure out how best to pacify them, pretty much just solving the mystery of them and what's happening. And I can't lie, I was 100% more engaged in that than chapters 1 and 2 of the main story. Now, the other part of the game I liked was the presentation. At first, I thought the cutscenes were really nice to look at. Then I played more of the game and realized that the cutscenes have 10,000 effects but no direction worth a damn. Like, look at the cutscene that plays here. It starts off with a motif of using a comic book style for moving between its scenes. That shit gets dropped and not used again later within this same exact cutscene. Hell, even during it, they don't stick with it because they use PowerPoint transitions between the scenes. Then Tagido appears, shows 10 different expressions in 3 seconds, screen turns dark trying to impose a menacing aura, it cuts to Adler, everything's bright and peachy. Like, it's impressive to see all this movement, effects, and time spent on the cutscene. It easily beats a black screen with white text, but more effort does not equal a better product. If you're making a scene for something, what's best isn't to open up the effects library and throw everything in it, or make 50 different PowerPoint transition effects. What's best is to recognize what you're trying to convey in a scene and doing that. For example, look at this joke. It falls flat because it decides to play an unnecessary sound effect after the clip.
Well, let's try to see if there's a reaction with the container. No reaction. How did you know?
If that wasn't there, it would work much better. Mint's energetic, click, give it a bit of time, wouldn't know it plays out, hold that scene for a bit longer. Less is done, but it actually makes the joke work.
Okay.
Let's try to see if there's a reaction with the container.
So you slow it down,
No reaction.
and then no
How
sound.
did you
Okay.
know?
Now, does this scene matter at all? Nah, it's unimportant. But it's just an example to show that throwing everything at the board doesn't mean you're guaranteed a good result. Intention and effort will always beat out blind effort, which is what a lot of the cutscenes feel like at first. Now, it does taper off, later ones are not as spammy in what they try to do. They're not even as expressive. They don't dive in just characters standing around with their mouse moving a little, but more so in line with a cutscene you'd normally see for a game. It really feels like the beginning cutscenes, with how overly expressive they are just an attention grab. Most of the ones that feel like a TikTok edit are placed at the beginning of the game, then later on you get into more normal shit. Now, at times I appreciate this because it leads to better cutscenes. Like, if the one in this character quest had the same amount of effects drowning it out, it wouldn't work. But it creates a bit of a disjunction. If you come in and the beginning cutscenes are like they are, you expect that for the rest of the game. Sort of, if you were to compare it to a game, ZZZ would probably pop up. I think Zenless does a much better job, and there are differences between the two games and how they do cutscenes, but a lot of people would probably make that comparison in their mind. Then, in the rest of the game, you see them start airing on the side of cutscenes you'd see in WoWa, for example. Stuff that's more actiony, but isn't drowned out by 10,000 effects. And for me, when I compare the cutscenes later in the game to the start, it builds up to an overall sentiment I have for the game of, this is a melting pot, it lacks a strong core identity. And this thought process isn't just there because of the cutscenes, it's an amalgamation of most things within the game. If it was just the cutscenes, I can excuse it as growing pains. Yeah, maybe they went for a style, weren't feeling it, but there was no need to spend dev time changing it, so they left it as is. You know, shit happens, it is what it is. But instead, I feel like the game doesn't know what it wants to be. As of now, it's multiple different things, but none of them really mesh well. Like, okay, you got the identity of horror game where you track down anomalies and stop them. Does this mesh well with the slice of life anime shit you go through at Avon? Not really. Then at Avon, you're there and it's pretty apparent, y'all some broke bitches. Y'all ain't really got the most money at Avon, so sometimes you take on commissions you aren't really feeling because it has a lot of zeros attached to it. However, you then go off to play the GTA part of the game where you're driving around in luxury cars, buying out penthouses, doing heists on bank for money, then you can't spend a single dime of the money you make towards Avon. And you have to just deal with the main story treating you like you're surviving off a diet of plain white bread and water because you can't afford anything more. That's a part of what I'm talking about. The main story exists and the GTA activities also exist, but time wasn't put into making those elements from GTA mesh well with their current game, so it feels out of place. Like, if I got all this money, why can't I donate it to help Avon? Is it because it'd be too hard to implement within the story, or is it because the devs thought of a main story, thought of content to add to their game, then decided to just copy GTA and market themselves as anime GTA? And also, the side content isn't that enjoyable.
What is he asking for? I don't know.
What do we got? You know, 2 of them you drive around shit in the world. 1 of them is an incredibly boring extraction mode, fishing. Cooking Mama, Bare Bones Rhythm minigame, Tetris with input delay, and Mahjong. The only minigame I found enjoyable was racing. That's it. The driving ones aside from racing are just boring. The heist is a shit game mode. Why would I willingly play owner selection or fishing? Why play Super Sound over any free rhythm game? Same with Tetris, and kinda the same with Little Sparrows. Why play that over Mahjong Soul or Ricci City? Especially considering how basic the Mahjong is in this game. Now, of course, the reason to play these things in the game is to spend city stamina to get money. However, if the grind in your game orients around a collection of minigames that are boring as hell to play, why would I
I've not touched
grind in your game?
Mahjong because I don't know how to
That's
play
all it is.
Mahjong.
I heard people say the game has so much content, but the content is just minigame slop. And the minigames aren't interesting. They're just basic shit thrown into the game. And the basic shit doesn't even have sauce. Yo, holy fuck. Yo, compare the rhythm game in this to something you'd see in the Yakuza games.
Okay. Oh yeah, because we're just pushing the thing there, yeah. Alright, I guess. Okay. Yeah, it's just one has more visuals going on.
Actually,
yeah.
I mean, damn, the Yakuza games are a good comparison because the minigames in that are a large part of the fun. Meanwhile, I can't think of a reason to play any of the ones in Neverness to Everness if game rewards weren't tied to them. Except for racing though, that I do like, but it's pretty much just that. Aside from that, it's the same shit other games have done, but worse, or free alternatives exist to play them that are so much better. So it ends up not feeling like content, but just more choices for how to grind. And then after finishing the main story, it's pretty much all that's left. You got the minigames to grind and get money, explore the open world, and do the Spiral Abyss like. I can say I do like going through the world, especially as it's pretty much just a big city to explore, so it does end up feeling different than what's become a large part of the standard in 3D gachas, which is more wilderness oriented and the cities are relatively small. Though for the combat, I can't lie, I just find it really hard to care. There was never a point I felt interested in the combat and wanted to dive into the systems behind it. Like, imagine the gameplay of a 3D open world gacha. You have imagined the gameplay of Neverness to Everness.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
just
he's
feels
not
like
wrong
I'm playing the
there.
same thing I've played a shit ton before, but don't take this as an in-depth analysis. That is very much just a first impressions view of the combat, even though I've already played through all the main story content. It kind of just feels like, yo, ChatGPT, generate me a combat system for a 3D open world gacha game, and this is the result. And on that topic, this game does heavily love AI. Now, I don't view the debate of AI in games as a purely black or white way, just because you can't view most things in life that way. Context should be an incredibly important factor when you're judging something. So even though I personally dislike when generative AI is used in games, and I don't want to support it because I view the human nature of creating something to be incredibly important, doesn't mean there's times I can't forgive a game for using it or support one for moving away from it. Like a big example is Mormons. It's a gacha that at one point was broke as shit. They deadass had no money. So they decided to use ChatGPT for the translation to other languages, and long story short, they were eventually fortunate enough to get the money they needed to stay afloat and for the game to thrive. And when they got that money, they hired a team of human translators for the translation of the game, replacing the one done by AI. That is something I can easily support. The way they use generative AI in this game, however, just builds onto the overall sentiment of what their design philosophy feels like to me.
He's looking for reasons, yeah.
The budget behind this game is considerably bigger than Mormons.
I'm gonna be honest though, like in some cases I've seen like actual like AI translations do a better job than real than actual like translation and localization in some cases. I've seen stuff like that happen. But then I've also seen it get even worse because then whatever the freaking thing was trained on got poisoned with other random crap that the freaking scrapers for these AI things do. Okay, I play the only one who could play mixtape, I guess so, probably. We could look at his channel again and then you can see.
yet it has so much more AI put into the game, not out of necessity, but instead to cost cut having actual people create those assets. Like using AI to copy shots from Mothering With You, having an entire AI generated movie about that, another in the theaters that's like 18 minutes long,
This one wasn't even in the game. This one, it was just someone else put it in and posted on Billy.
having one appear before doing heists.
This one, I mean, you know, there's two ways to look at this one. Because it's like, okay, he's just, because like, what, Dvorak, the trillionaire, the freaking Fonz trillionaire, he's like cheapish. You can look at him as like a cheapskate, be like, I needed some cheap ass video to play in front of people. Or something like that. Here we go, let's generate something to put in there. But then the other hand is just like, yeah, I guess, but like, honestly, the main issue is lip sync. If they fixed the lip sync, no one probably would have cared. If the lip sync of this, like, thing wasn't, like, bad, nobody would have given a fuck.
On the TV in your apartment.
That one is just in-game, like, actual, just in-game, in-engine recording. Using actual assets from inside the game. That one's not AI generated at all. Nothing in there is. Those are like actual just in-game assets.
Creating assets in the game with it, like this gramophone.
Like what? Nobody's gonna freaking notice this shit on some like texture thing there.
Now, after the game was called out for this, they did remove some of the AI assets, like the movies and the animated bit that plays before you do a heist, some of the billboards, but of course, parts that people aren't talking about as much are still in the game, like the cutouts at the maid cafe. This is literally bare bones basic, stable diffusion, generate me an image levels of shit.
Okay.
Like motherfuckers on Twitter are generating AI images that do a better job of hiding that they're AI. How do y'all got this generic shit in the game? So do I think they're genuinely remorseful about using AI and they care about the feedback? Nah. If so, shit people didn't complain about that was still AI would have been changed. Instead, it's obvious that AI was used to cut corners. And I heard people rephrase it like, oh yo, it was so they could get to the funner parts of
Yeah, but like you can quite literally find this building in the game that's like used in this scene.
making a game.
And all that
yeah,
shit.
that's why
Like this is a freaking there's an NPC. Like there's like multiple NPCs in the world that's just wearing the freaking that outfit there. I don't know if you can get this skin on the motorcycle,
they use
but
AI.
like yeah.
The suits told them they wanted the game out quickly, so they had them use AI to make parts of the game. Having all aspects in the game made by humans was not an important fact to them, so instead of hiring more people, they took the lazy way, generating a ton of stuff that they thought they could get away with. Now,
Yep.
some people said
Because it is a freaking render from in the game.
that were AI generated, then were just replaced by more AI, like the soda can on the billboard. But I can't lie, for something bare bones like this, it's hard to say 100% if it's AI generated. Whenever it comes to characters, it's easy as hell to tell, but this one, there's a lot of leeway. But would I be surprised if it's AI? Nah, because it just feels par for the course of how lazy the design in this game is. So much of the game is just copying what other games have done and not innovating on those ideas at all or barely. So I'm not surprised they used AI to make this game. Now, to some people, using AI isn't all that big a deal, or it's positive to them, somehow. I don't know, my life isn't pathetic enough to understand that mindset. But to me, when I look at the state the game is in, I'm not surprised at all. The idea of anime GTA is nice, but like Duet Night Abyss, when you are copying a game that is already out, you need to actually expand on the ideas you are copying. Games themselves are built upon taking what another did and doing it better. So when your game revolves around taking an idea a game has already done or perfected, and all you have to show for your version is a watered down replica of it, why should I waste my time playing the game? Like I heard people say, aside from the
I mean, with his logic, with what he's saying, right? Give me a sec. I accidentally clicked off the window. Let's look at his channel. What can we say that about? We could say that about Enfield easily. There's literally a game that occasionally, and by occasionally, every time there's like a major Steam sale, that's a factory game that does a way better job than Enfield. That you could get that was made by one guy. That's like easy to like you can go over there. What's the other shit here that he's covering? I mean, I'm pretty sure you can pretty much say it about every single game that he covers or whatever. Anyways, it's a watered down version of something else you can get anywhere else. That's like pretty easy to say about pretty much everything. Like you could apply it and it's like not hard. Yeah, and then there's Limbus shit there, whatever. So it's just like, eh. He says it there, but he doesn't say about the other stuff before. Like a bruh. Okay.
Hey, this game is generational. Well, let me speak as someone who has actually played this game. Aside from the AI, you have a soulless Yakuza or GTA game. But honestly, calling the entirety of it soulless is not the most accurate. I'd say the portions they copied without improvement feel soulless. Like the wanted system is a good example. In GTA, you can point a gun at someone and their reaction would be different, or you can rob a store to get money. That's stuff that's interesting to do in the game that will increase your wanted level because it's illegal. In this game, if you do a combo on an NPC, the response isn't interesting. At first they're a bit scared, then they try to fight back, though they just stand there pretty much as you beat their ass. Then they run off and you get their wallet. That's it. So it's not interesting. There's no benefit to increasing your wanted level aside from the hell of it, or if there's some car you want to steal. It was just soullessly copied over because the game they were using had it. Like, dear God, you can't even attack in stores. But if the police catch you, you get sent to prison, where you gotta wait out your days in prison, be a good inmate, or pay a fine to get out of prison early. And that is actually interesting. They added more to the system. It wasn't just, here's Tetris, but instead expanded on an idea they used from a different game. However, with most system mechanics and Everness to Everness, it feels like a lot more is the former case where they just copy stuff and that's it. They don't innovate. When they do, it actually gets interesting, like the anomaly hunts. I've not seen a game really do this before, and it's actually legitimately interesting to have big hunts like these out in the open world.
Okay.
That part isn't soulless. It makes up a small portion of the open world aspect compared to everything else that feels soullessly copied. It's apparent that the game can be good when it tries, like the hunts, the art direction in the beginning cutscene of the game, chapter 3, but so many times they cut corners resulting in the good aspects being mired down or the aspect which, on their own could be passable, being seen as much worse. Like, it's hard to say the main story is good because it had an alright prologue and third chapter when everything else was middling or outright bad. Or to respect the art direction knowing how much is lazily AI generated. And the thing with it being AI gen and how that hurts the art style isn't so much the straight line of thinking AI bad therefore using it bad and hurts game, but more so the idea of, if you are making a world within a game, to really make it feel alive, it's best to make it so every aspect in the game feeds into the overall world. So while Neverness to Everness has its movies and ads in the game AI generated slop that really doesn't feed into the actual world, you then got games like Cyberpunk, where you can look at the ads and billboards and they're all coherent. They change with your actions in the world. They were made with human intention based on the game to make the world in it feel more alive. Where Neverness to Everness has this replaced by a prompt given to a machine. That's the difference. Even when we take out ethical questions about AI use and all that, it's just worse than human creativity and intent.
Made the game real, right?
Yeah. As lacking with Neverness to Everness because they use AI to just copy an anime movie. It's shit like this that makes a game feel poorly made or rushed. Filler main story chapters, cutting corners by AI generating stuff, lack of coherency within its game mechanics, a sizable amount of content being copied from other games that make me just not care about this game. Is it a horrible game? No, I wouldn't say so. I've played horrible games. This isn't that. But is it really forgettable for me? 100%. There's not really something all that big that this game has done that is overly memorable to me. Like, it's done good shit, but my reaction to it is, oh, that's nice, instead of, yo, this is legendary to see in a game. Like, okay, think about some of the best games you've played. Think about core things they've done which made you fall in love with them or that stuck with you. To me, this game doesn't have anything like that. To give some examples, Yakuza. The minigames are generational to the point of being a big appeal to the action.
I mean, it's mostly just with the Yakuza, it's just how animated the parts are in there while you're just waiting to do your inputs for the minigames.
Game. GTA. Open world, a lot of freedom with the shit you can do in it. Let's make it broader. Arknights, innovated on the concept of a tower defense so much to where I think it has some of the best gameplay I've seen in the game. Final Fantasy XIV somehow...
I mean, from what I saw of Arknight's gameplay, it wasn't really appealing for me. Like, tower defense games are cool and all, but like, yeah. I think, honestly, like, the more interesting thing that was, like, that I saw that was, like, different for a tower defense game back then was, like, when Plants vs. Zombie, like, apparently Arknights is basically a tower defense game, but it's, like, I don't know, it just feels like a freaking watered down Plants vs. Zombie. Except you don't have multiple lanes. That's how I would describe it. You replace the freaking plants with your gacha waifus. And you don't get to put as many of them. That's basically what it feels like. And then you have skills for the characters instead of like those single-use plants. I think that's like the way you could water down describe it. Right, like, instead of like having to share resources between so many, placing more things in or not, you have resources you can use to use the skills of the characters that you place down. But like, yeah.
I made an MMO that you can damn near entirely play as a single-player story-based game if you wanted to. The Trail series made a series of games all set within the same world. Like,
Yeah, I know, and then... So, like, here's the thing. Here's the funny thing about NT's main story there. The prologue from Trails in the Sky first chapter is 9 hours long. If you actually go and do everything. That prologue is 9 hours. How much main story do we have of NTE? Let's do some simple math here. I have like we can add up main story. So let's just add up the minutes. Right, so this one's 2 hours 48 minutes. So that is 168. We're just gonna add it up. That's a side story. That's a side story. This is technically a side story, so we won't add it now. This one's an hour 46. 106 minutes. This one's an hour and 9 minutes. This one's an hour and 3 minutes. And then 34 minutes for the thing there. So, actual total story runtime that you have of NTE right now, including the gameplay segments, is 7 and a third of an hour. That is technically less story than Trails in the Sky first chapter's prologue. If you actually try and go out of your way to like actually do all the stuff in the prologue, that's at least 9 hours long in the first Trails in the Sky game. It's a freaking 9 hour long prologue. So like, of course you're going to have a lot less of the stuff going in there. Because this is a lot shorter, there's a lot less time to do anything. By comparison. But yeah. That's like the time comparison there. There's technically less main story. Yeah. I mean, it's a good prologue, don't get me wrong. But like, it's about as empty as you'd expect still for an intro. It's a very, very slow. Like, Trails in the Sky does not pick up. Like, the Trails in the Sky first chapter, the stuff doesn't really pick up. Until, like, you actually get into Grand Soul. Otherwise, it's just, like, a slow intro and, like, here's a thing here. Here's, like, 5 hours, 6 hours to get introduced to one thing. Oh, you got to... right? Like, oh, which one was it again? I'm trying to remember the freaking town names were the one with the... Was it Ruan that had the, was the one with the freaking... Where the... we burnt down... Here's the freaking guy, who's working under the mayor. We burnt down this fucking, orphanage and shit. And all that stuff. Oh yeah, there's these thugs at the freaking port shipyard over here too. We're gonna go blame the whole thing of burning down the freaking thing on those guys, even though it was actually the mayor and Gilbert that did that shit. And like it took them like it takes like what 6-7 hours or so to go through that chapter. It's a very, very slow burn. If you've played Trails in the Sky. But yeah, like the difference is, and like here's the thing too, Trails in the Sky first chapter, technically speaking, all of the story that it was trying to do with that isn't even completed in first chapter. Because if you ever actually played the first Trails in the Sky game, there is a massive cliffhanger at the end. And there's even a freaking there's even a trailer to tell you that the second game is coming. And go play that. Like, it quite literally plays during the credits. In the original version. I haven't had the time to really go through the remake of it. But yeah. I mean, originally, like, it was supposed to be the first and second chapter was supposed to be one game, but it was too long, they split it in half. That's quite literally what happened there. Like, the thing was too long, because, yeah, it's a very slow burn, the Trails games, with how they're split. I mean, I've played through them before, like, I even have stream VODs of when I played them on stream a couple of years ago on my channel, if you want to dig through it, the original versions. Where I would even go out of my way to go find all the chest messages I could, because those were always a fun read too. But like, yeah, like the thing is with some of these JRPGs that he's probably thinking of and putting up against, they're a lot more linear in what you're doing in them. Everything's a lot more closed off and more or more focused because they're not as open. At the same time, they're a lot slower than he thinks they are. They are a whole lot slower. So like, it's just kind of a weird thing to go over there. But yeah.
About 13 games, all adding to the world building of that series.
Has he played all 13 games? Does he understand what goes on? Cause, part of it, with, like, the Calvert arc, part of, like, basically, like, about a third of what, Daybreak 2 basically did not need to really be there. But that's his own other thing. But yeah. Other than that, though, yes, the whole thing has been expanding, but also, that's 20 plus years of games. That's 13 entries across 20 plus years. And meanwhile, like, the first chapter, not the first chapter, the prologue chapter, the first game in that entry, is fucking 9 hours long of story.
Final Fantasy VII, popularized story in games.
I don't know about Final Fantasy VII. I don't know, I never played the original version, but you guys know how I feel about the remake. But yeah, hi Quark. You missed the stuff earlier, basically... I wonder what this is. I wonder what this is that I have made here. I should probably, like, put more things in bold to indicate things a bit better in here. But, like, I made a fucking stack calculator. I made a stack calculator for NTE. No, these are not leaks. Why would I give you leaks? These are not leaks. It's a calculator. And there's so much stuff that you can track in here and compare. But yeah, I made a calculator. Because of course I did. AI stat calculator? Nah. You want AI stat calculator? You should see the calculator in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. That's a calculator for you. It's a really, really bad calculator that spits out wrong information too. A lot of the time as well, depending on your language. For some reason. Whatever Ilka was doing, they cannot program a calculator.
Being actually good and having games kill off members in the main cast. Deadlock made the MOBA genre work as a movement shooter. Elden Ring showed a Soulsborne can be made into an open world and greatly benefit from that. Genshin Impact.
Yeah, no, not Genshin. No.
Legendary 3D animated porn. It's shit like this that you could
I don't know about legendary 3D animated porn out of Genshin. Wouldn't say that.
look at what
Maybe it's what, if you look at maybe what people put on Rule 34 or something. That they make themselves, not the game itself.
really good games have done, and they stay in your memory. They've done shit that sticks with you. There is not anything notable Neverness to Everness has done that will stick with me.
Yeah, but like, imagine, like, is there anything that happens in the prologue chapter and Trails of the Sky first chapter that'll stick with him? Anything in the prologue, that 9-hour prologue? Probably not. At most, it's, oh, your dad is missing. Where the fuck your dad go? Because most of it was like tutorial intros as well.
When I uninstall the game. Like it
Yeah, I mean, like, we also really went over the fact that, like, there isn't that much story content in there for that 1.0. But it goes through a lot more in that same time frame. Oh yeah, I should use my older model for that, but like, it's not exactly the same kind of Twin Tails. It's not even the same. She doesn't even have red on her. Like, that's the thing. There's no red on there either.
has done stuff that is different. It
Eye color's different too. Like, oh look. I guess it'd be like, oh yes, blue Twin Tails. Oh yeah, let's just switch into the older model, though I don't have a freaking outfit like that. Right, because I've always had the red and blue color scheme there. But like the Twin Tails on this model are more of extensions rather than the entire hairstyle.
being anime GTA is well enough in that category, but it doesn't do anything well enough for that to stick with me. Does that mean it has done everything bad? No. It just means I view it as a 5 out of 10 that is a melting pot of what so many better games have done. Now, to be fair, it is a live service, so judging it like it's an entirely finished game isn't accurate. It's entirely possible that this game could get better later on, maybe like a 2.0 or something could add a lot more to it. So this is only a judgment of how it is in 1.0. And that judgment is, I'm not impressed. At all. There's shit to enjoy, there's aspects I like, but overall, it's not something that has kept me interested. If you enjoy it, that's a good thing. It's nice to have more stuff to enjoy, but in my time of playing it, it just felt forgettable to me. Just another 3D open world gacha thrown out there that I'll forget about in a bit. I hope the game improves, I hope it gets a stronger sense of direction, but as of now, I just don't really care about it.
Yep.
If it was deleted from existence tomorrow,
I mean, some of those weren't mid, but like, the freaking comparison he was putting on is like, some of the comparisons are just kind of ridiculous. I mean, one of them was quite literally has been freaking 20 years of stuff. But yeah. I mean, you look at his freaking channel, it's full of mid anyways. Like, we could like look at his channel again. Let me just go back to his freaking channel. Hide this thing. We got Arknights shit here. He freaking praised Arknights for some reason. I don't know. bad. Oh yeah, I mean, he freaking hyped it up in here somewhere. There was like a video about him hyping it up somewhere in here. I don't remember where I saw it. There's a lot of there's a lot of like Limbus company shit here. Okay. But yeah, he's like hyping up Arknight stuff here. I mean, like again, like as a freaking factory game, if you like factory games, honestly, and you want to try something. Oh, what is? Let me just pull it up. This will probably be on sale for $1 again. Every time this thing goes on sale, it's like $1. This is a way better factory game than Enfield, and you can do a lot more shit in this game. This was made by one dude. Literally one dude. Oh no, if you just want a factory, Factoria has other shit you gotta deal with too. This is just if you want to build and play purely factory game. The entirety of this game is just factory. There's no survival aspect or any other type of thing to it. There's no combat or anything. Factorio does have combat in that you have to like defend your shit and all that stuff. This is just pure, you build the factory and you have the factory spit stuff out. It's only factory. Nothing else. And there's all these things in there. I mean, like, last year, like, during the summer of last year, in a bunch of my streams for, like, a month, I was, like, super addicted to Shapes 2. And I showed it a bit. But, yeah. This shit's great. You can, like, occasionally get this thing for, like, $1 on a sale. There'll probably be, like, a sale, you know, next month, because Steam Summer Sale. You can find it for, like, $1 again. But yeah. You can't really do much with Minecraft on that without mods. It's super limited. But yeah, like this is his channel. You can see this shit here. And this is what he got here. He had one top video at the beginning here. And then, like, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, 3 years ago. And it's probably a negative one, probably. Yeah, hard to love. There you go. Okay. What's this? This one's thing there. Okay. What else we got here? We already saw this, didn't we? We pulled that one up before. How the English dub changed Nautilus. Sure, we'll go pull that up. There's so much stuff here I have just not looked at. Cause, yeah.
How's it going, everyone? This is Gary. I'm back despite popular demand, here with a really short voiceover analysis video. Recently, a new game came out called Never Have I Ever, and I figured I would note some of the cultural nuances that the English dub doesn't really perfectly grasp. It's in line with my recent video on cultural nuances in anime localization. We're going to be looking at the character Nanali. Now, don't get me wrong, I actually really like Nanali's English voice. She has this, like, bratty idiot sound.
Wanna join the amazing Coluchis?
And I totally spoil her rotten on, like, a daddy-daughter date. So it's not really an English dub hate video, it's it's mostly for two types of people: gamers who want to note the cultural nuances that the English dub doesn't perfectly portray, or voice actors who want to learn how to see voice acting from a Eastern lens. So let's start with some context. One idea that I think the English dub doesn't fully portray is the fact that Nanali is a chunibyo. That's a Japanese word. Essentially, she's a kid who thinks she's more important than she actually is and makes up crap to brag about herself. Chunibyos brag about all kinds of stuff. Sometimes they even claim like they're magical wizards or whatnot. In Nanali's case, she keeps claiming that she runs a powerful mafia family called the Colucci's. It's a running gag because in reality, the Colucci's are just these three idiots.
Picking what meme? What meme of mine? I don't remember having any memes.
Right here. Keep this in mind as we look at her first voice line. In the game, when you're in a race and you're really
The
far
NTE,
ahead,
that wasn't
sometimes
mine.
she says, "Sigh, the loneliness of the strong."
That's
This is
like a
reference
joke
to an
people
idea
have been
you see in
making
the
since
East
the
a lot,
beginning,
which is
man.
that being the best sometimes sucks. You see it in West too, but as far as I've observed, less often. But you will see this idea in just about every single sports anime ever. It's supposed to be a genuinely sad and sullen line, like you're reminiscing to yourself about what it was like back when you weren't the best and actually had friends. But you have to remember, in Nanali's case, she likes to brag about herself. So there's a bit more playfulness to this line. It's like a humble brag. She's faking the sadness intentionally to kind of let everyone know that she's the best. This line really just combines two different ideas. One, the actual sadness of being the best, and two, the fact that Nanali's actually faking the sadness and being a bit coy and playful about it. If you grew up in Asian culture, you don't really need to analyze things like this. The interpretation
Okay.
is like really natural, which is why I think all the Asian language dubs ended up performing the line the exact same way.
はいや、オーディションどうもジーも。あらら、敵なしってのは寂しいもんっすね。ああ、경쟁자가 없다는 건 참 외로운 거구나.
The English language dub does this.
The loneliness of the strong.
I remember when I first heard this
Yeah.
line, I almost felt concerned for Nanali. It's like, dang girl, we can stop the race and grab some ice cream if it'll make you feel better. It seems more like she's legitimately frustrated in the English, and don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
it's not necessarily incorrect. It's just another interpretation, but I don't think it's exactly what the writer was going for. Anyway, let's move on to the second line. So do remember that Nanali is this immature kid who loves to brag about herself. This brings us to
Yeah.
another running joke in the game that I don't think the English dub quite grasped, which is that among Nanali's gang, Nanali is in theory the oldest and the leader, but these two toddlers here, Sakiri and Edgar, are actually way more mature than her. You can see it here
Yep.
when Edgar is apologizing to people while Nanali is just casually making a fool of herself. The joke is that the younger kids end up taking on the role of the adults in the relationship, and they humor Nanali and play along with her grand delusions. The second line we're going to look at is actually said by Sakiri. When you switch your active character from Nanali to Sakiri, you hear Sakiri say something like, okay, you're the boss. And from an Eastern cultural context, it's very clear that Sakiri is just kind of playing along and kind of treating Nanali like a little kid, which is why the three Asian language dubs perform this line in like the exact same way.
はあはあ、いいだいも。はいはい、一代目。그래 그래, 우리 초대가죠.
The English dub, though, performs it like this.
Yeah, itchy whatever.
Here, Sakiri
Yeah.
genuinely
Okay.
sounds fed up with Nanali, and I mean, don't get me wrong, this is a reasonable way to interpret Sakiri's character. Instead of just humoring Nanali, maybe she's actually just done with all the crap Nanali puts her through. But just from the Eastern lens, I think it's pretty clear that the writer was going for the more playful idea, which is why all the three Asian language dubs end up interpreting the line the same way, and the English is just really different. Regardless,
Yeah,
does
that's
this
true,
affect the
like,
game?
he's right
Not.
next to
Does it
the
make the
on the
English dub
keyboard.
bad? Not really. Will it make players want to play
That is
less?
so true.
I doubt it. I just figured that I'd document these things in case anyone was interested. Anyway,
Okay.
that's pretty much it, but if you want to support me, just check this out. Studio Moon Moon just released a Kickstarter for an absolutely peak
Okay. We'll go and check mark that. Find the ditto. What is this? There's one right here, right? Yeah, I see one there. There's another one right there. How many do I need to find? There's another one right there. I found 3. I don't know if you can see it. Let me... Yeah, so I found 3 so far. 1, 2, 3. There should be a 4th one, because it says there's 4 dittos here. I don't know why we're playing Where's Waldo with this thing. Oh, here, found it. 4. Right there. Let me see if I can zoom in better for you guys to see it. I found them. Wasn't hard. Right, there's one. There's two. There's three. And the fourth one, where was that again? That it was so much easier to find it the other thing. But yeah, there's like, it's one near the tail. Oh yeah, and then they were like in the trees and the grass. Right there. 4. Okay. I humored your, find the 4 ditto. Found them. Didn't take long. Yeah, we talked about that already before. Main theme for winds and waves. Alright, let's... How are you sure they're all diddles? They could be a Zoroark with Imposter. It could be a Mew using Transform. You never know. They could be Mews using Transform. They could be Imposter Zoroarks. Not Imposter. Illusion Zoroarks. Right. Could be. I mean, it's just the regular Pokemon theme. Just another orchestral rendition of it. Like, this is the same freaking theme that they have in every game. Just a different orchestration of it. But it's the same theme. Yeah, it's their leitmotif. Exactly. Okay. Alright. Everything is crab. Edible evolution roguelike. What, everything evolves to crab or something? Okay. Crab. Action roguelike. You get the crab thing. Cool, I guess. Former Tekken series producer formed a new studio with SNK. Okay, cool. Yeah, and there's stuff we saw already before. Do we even look at this now? It's like a freaking month old. We could go look at this if you want. I don't think we pulled that up like a month ago. We already saw this the other day, the Meiji one. Yeah, there's like so much shit here to like go through. Yeah, that's just a clip there. Alright, we could pull this up. Good versus bad optimization. Not even funny, sure. Let's pull this up.
It's not Kuro Games' fault for implementing Unreal Engine 5 features into Unreal Engine 4. No, they are not at fault for that. God, no. Those poor guys. It's all Unreal Engine. As you can see, I'm running both at 1440p at max settings or as high as they let me without ray tracing. NTE doesn't let you use ray tracing without an RTX graphics card, which is pretty stupid. I mean, don't like it. The same way I don't like Button Waves docking the 120 FPS feature behind certain graphics cards and CPUs. Okay, so just to get that out of the way. So let's see how both games play like when you're at max settings on a somewhat beefy PC. Both games are running on the same rig. I have a 7600 Ryzen 7600 and I have a RX 7800 XT with 32 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM.
Yeah,
so
because he's on AM5.
I'm going to explain what we are going to be looking at here.
His graphs and stuff not as detailed as mine when I put the thing on.
I don't really want you to look at the FPS.
The FPS
That's
difference.
not really what we're measuring here.
You want the frame times?
This can be 100 FPS and this could be 50, but Wuthering Waves feels smoother. Which is not the case. But it could be, but it's not the case.
But you're looking for his frame time.
It's at the frame times, the average frame time and the frame time graph. We also want to be looking at the 99th percentile. The 99th.
You can change it. You change it to 67. I don't use TSR. I have DLSS, so I'm gonna use DLSS. But yeah, you can change the freaking TSR thing to go from different scaling there. With DLSS, you can just do it from the NVIDIA driver in the NVIDIA app. You could just put a custom one and set it between 33 and 100% if you wanted to. Though, like, you know, 100% is 100% DLSS is just DLAA. 66% is just quality mode for DLSS. Well, yeah, freaking 4K is heavy. 50% is 1080p for that scale to get upscaled to 4K, but yeah. 67%, that's basically 1440p, is what you're running it at.
Percentile is the average lowest FPS that we get. So we don't want our FPS to go like too low, right? Because it's going to feel bad. Even if you don't see on your average FPS, this will make the game feel rougher. even if it's not stuttering, if it's just like getting lower FPS like occasionally, it will still feel a lot rougher. The frame time graph is also the time between frames, which can lead to the game feeling less smooth even if the FPS is smooth. That's what we're going to be looking at. The
Yeah.
99% percentile,
But
which,
close enough.
as you can see here, it's already not looking too good for Wuthering Waves. Like, everything is worse here. The FPS, the frame time, the graph is all over the place. The 99th percentile is at 20, GPU utilization is at 82, and CPU is at 54. I have no idea what Wuthering Waves is doing with my hardware here, because it's
using
not
more total
fucking
RAM
using
as well.
NTE, well, it's looking a lot better. The frame time graph is not perfect by any means. You will still see during this video it fluctuate a little bit, but at its worst,
Yeah, it'd be funny. Imagine it is mining crypto.
It's worse. It's better than.
What would you even
Wuthering
be
Waves
mining
at
though?
its best. So
What the fuck are people mining these days? What would people even be mining? I don't know. Let's say we have an RTX 50. Can I even put my graphics card in here? Is this like, is it like so dead that like this shit? Like, look, oh no, 5070 is here. Damn, I'm surprised. How much money can I make? Mining with a 5070. Wait, what the fuck is this? I can make a whole $6 every 24 hours. But then the next thing down is 44 cents. And if I go the next thing below that, that's I lose 21 cents. Yeah, there's something sus about this one. I get the feeling that this thing is very sus because like this gap is a bit too big between the $6.63 here and then the 44-cent here. This is more in line with what I expect. Something over here. Not what the fuck is going on with Pearl. This is probably just like something super inflated temporarily. Is what I'm guessing. Because like, that is unrealistic. You're fucking losing money if you go crypto mining. Unless you're paying literally nothing for electricity. It's left here at the freaking default of 10 cents per kilowatt hour. And like, and it has like power consumption things here, except the problem with this is it's not accurate entirely, because you have to also account for the rest of the system. This is just GPU power. It's not accounting for, you know, the actual computer it's plugged into, the fans that are also attached to it, nor is it accounting for the small bits of power that the SSD that the freaking thing is on is also using, because that will consume some power. Like, realistically, the actual real power consumption numbers, you know, you're probably gonna add like another, like, even if you're using the most efficient setup, probably at least another 50 watts minimum to whatever the thing's in here, and then this shit will go down even further. But yeah, like, the fuck are you crypto mining in 2026? I guess, yeah, if you're using someone else's hardware and just doing it that way, yeah, your cost is 0 in that case. That is true. But like, yeah, it is quite literally not worth mining crypto, because you're quite literally gonna lose power and like lose the thing. In practice, like for some people that are watching, you're probably paying closer to like what, 30 cents a kilowatt hour or something. And then I like calculate. And now this drops to $3.38. The second thing down, you're losing 15 cents an hour. Not an hour, a day, I mean. Like, this is just what you would expect there. And then you have to also think about, if you're trying to sell, what are the freaking fees for exchanges and shit? GPU mining is dead, obviously. Because this is like a reality. It's been dead for a while.
So it's still a win, even though, well, it's still fluctuations. So let's keep watching and
True.
see. Obviously, this is, I was going to call it unfair, but well, it's in the game. We all know StarTouch Academy is unoptimized, and obviously I'm going to get out of the StarTouch Academy later in the video. But for now, I'm benchmarking like heavy NPC areas. I couldn't find a better place in NTE, but it doesn't really matter much, I noticed.
What should I choose? The food's really fresh today.
And yes, Wooden Waves has more NPCs here, but NTE also has a bunch of cars passing
You can just
by
go to a different
on one
area
side
for the
and other.
NPCs.
So just from this, we can already see how it's going to look like, and the 99th percentile is not looking good. None of my resources are at 100%. I could absolutely push more FPS. The game just doesn't let me. It's capping on my CPU because it's using, well, if you saw Ryuko's video or my other video, it's using a single core.
Yeah. I don't know, can you run the Wua's DX11 mode in DXVK? That might actually fix it. You know, I wonder if on Windows, if you really had to run Wua, if you, for some reason, if running it through a Windows subsystem for Linux, so you could just use DXVK and run it that way would give you better FPS. I wonder if that actually would work. That would be funny. You'd have to also install a different version. You'd also probably want to install, I mean, the Linux version of Steam on that WSL layer as well. Or to whatever Intel does. Yeah.
So let's go further down the line.
Yeah, substitute DirectX 11 entirely for DXVK. AMD somewhat does it too with the RDNA GPUs, but not completely. It's like a weird Frankenstein mess.
Line, and we can see me driving a little bit. Pay no mind to my driving skills, okay? Because I suck at driving.
Yeah. I mean, you got way
Now we got
larger
out
view
of the
distance on the NTE one as
Wooden
well.
Waves. We expect it to get better, and it does get more FPS, but it's still shit. Look at the frame time graph.
You're
It's
still
like a
dropping to
fucking
20.
roller coaster. What is going on here? But being fair, I think they did optimize the game a little bit because I'm averaging lower frame times, and the frame time that I'm getting, the average frame time that I'm getting, more or less equates to like what I said in my other video, which like 60 FPS should give me an average of like 16 to 17, maybe 20
It doesn't matter how much
max,
fuel there is, the game plays itself true.
frame time latency.
You can quite literally
Which is
alt
good,
tab during the story
but
combat and go
it's
play
good if it's
Pilacho and you'll
smooth.
just win.
This is all over the place. To be honest, I'm pretty sure Yuwa is their first open world game, so I'll give them that. A lot of their games are instant based, right? PGR is instant based, but even if Wuthering Waves, it's their first
I
open
mean,
world
PGR's
game,
optimization
that's
is pretty
absolutely
bad
fine.
too.
That's comprehensible. That's understandable. But we've been dealing with this for 2 years.
Yeah.
It's not like they haven't learned anything. At launch, I had the benefit of the doubt that, well, it's their first time doing an open world game. Unreal Engine 4 is hard, but it has been 2 years. They have learned the limitations of their engine, but they keep adding things that just hurt their performance even more. They're just like capping themselves, you know? They don't need to fix it right away. I'm not asking for them to magically fix their performance from day to night, okay? I don't need them to even start fixing it right now. They just have to address it. To me, personally, like if they come out during a live stream and say, guys, we know we have trouble or we have performance issues on our game. We are going to try to work on it. We're going to do the best we can to improve performance. Even if it's a complete lie, at least do that.
You just use DLSS
Because
designed
right
to do
now,
this.
what I'm
and
hearing
Reinx
is
does.
everything is fine.
And the thing is, now everyone is just basically expecting you're using FSR, DLSS, XESS, or whatever upscaler. That's basically what like most game developers are expecting these days, and they're just like using that like to be lazy. Like they're all basically like, yeah, you're probably using DLSS anyways, and I'm like, yeah, I mean DLSS, when it does work and you can make use of it, it does look way better than other anti-aliasing methods. But like, there's still something sad about like scaling from like a very, very low resolution all the way up. It is scary though, like how good DLSS's transformer model can upscale from in what you can do with it, but like, yeah.
When everything is not fine. CPU working with one hand and being overworked, basically. Though, as you can see here, back here, what is it? It's not like NTE is not using the CPU. NTE is using the CPU very much. As you can see, my CPU utilization is at 100%. But I'm not getting any frame time irregularities. I'm not getting frame drops. And my GPU is still at 100%. So it's using my system pretty well. And that's what I mean with being optimized. It's using as much of my system as it can to push as much frames as it can.
Yeah.
While Wuthering Waves, it's still not using my full system.
I mean, I have the issue where it doesn't use my CPU properly, but that's a Windows problem. That's a Windows problem because I have a Ryzen 9 CPU and Windows' scheduler is fucking retarded. They need to let me freaking use Process Lasso again to just trap it on the specific CCD.
System, the frame time still looks bad, and well, that's why it's badly optimized. Just because you have a lot of frames does not mean that the game is optimized. No, guys, you don't understand. It's not Kuro Games' fault for bad optimization. It's all Unreal Engine's fault. It's not Kuro Games' fault for adding things that only hurt performance without addressing the issue. It's all Unreal Engine fault. It's not Kuro Games' fault for implementing Unreal Engine 5 features into Unreal Engine 4. No, they are not at fault for that. God, no. Those poor guys. It's all Unreal Engine. What capping that performance on top of the engine, double the trouble. Yes. So, they're like, guys, I have the perfect
Yeah.
engine.
The CPU Ryzen CPU Windows is 9.
And
He's
the other
9.
guy on the other side of the table is like, so we're going to use Unity, right? Because remember, Unreal Engine 5 was not out yet. So they were like, we're going to use Unity, right? And the other guy was like, no, we're going to use Unreal Engine 4. And Bo was like, I mean, sure, let's use Unreal Engine 4. Shooting themselves in the right foot, right?
Yep.
So I imagine they are both like limping, trying to build their game on Unreal Engine 4 already, right? They are limping. And then the other one was like, hey, bro, you know Unreal Engine 5 just released. Should we port the game and like delay the release to port it to Unreal Engine 5? And the other was like, nah, bro, you know what we're going to do? You know, you know what John did to their Opel Corsa? And bro was like, well, he switched the he switched the engine for like a LS engine. And bro was like, yeah, you know what we're going to do? We're going to slap Unreal Engine 5 features onto Unreal Engine 4. Fuck migrating engine. But like, man, good idea. And boom, they shot themselves on the other foot. And now they can't walk. And that's basically what it happened. Now they are fucked with this. Let's check combat now. Where is it? Here, combat. Don't pay no mind.
Yep. Time flies. Time flies indeed.
When it comes to the combat, because well, I have this in front of me, so I can't see like the enemies half of the time. Plus, I was looking at the frame.
I didn't realize Muma though was this
so
bad.
I wasn't looking at the enemy.
Like I hear people say it's so bad, but like.
And in NTE,
It's
I'm
so
at
sad.
level 1 against a level 20 enemy. So, please spare me. Spare me the criticism on my gameplay, okay? And Hiyuki is
Yeah, that
level
was
4.
June too, exactly.
Yeah.
Your color. Go over here.
L skill, it is what it is. But you can see here, NTE is not perfect. Especially when it comes to combat. It has some irregularities on its frame time graph. It has some irregularities,
Yeah.
but it's mostly smooth. 99% percentile also dropped a lot here, as you can see. The 99 percentile for both games, by the way,
Yeah.
are not stutters. When it shows here like 22 or 19, they are not stutters. I didn't feel any stutters, but it does feel rough when it happens.
My compliment. Ramming won't save me.
Just so you know, I didn't feel stutters in Wuthering Waves throughout the whole video, neither on NTE. But as you can see, NTE is absolutely not perfect. Though this is the first time I'm fighting against this boss, so it might be that, but it's still not an excuse, and it still has some low 99th percentile on fighting.
Yeah.
At least this particular boss.
Better frame times either way though.
But let's see if it like kind of fixes itself throughout the battle. Wuthering Waves is Wuthering Waves is doing Wuthering Waves things. It's the frame time graph, you already know.
But yeah, before that disappears on Linux, I mean, you could improve a lot of the stuff just by running this stuff on Linux these days for a lot of these games. A lot of games just run better under Linux somehow. Windows is just so bad. I have no idea. This is not my video. This guy was testing on his 6800X, not 6800 X, his 7800 XT was his graphics card, I think it was. There's a lot of stuff that you don't get on the AMD. You don't get ray tracing and stuff, the ray tracing settings. I think you could turn on Lumen, but I don't have AMD graphics card. I've been playing on an NVIDIA card. I've been playing with ray tracing and stuff.
It's just like
And
over
we're
the
just
place
finally-
all the time.
This was sent like a month ago, my reacts. I just basically did not look at this shit in a long ass time, and now we're just slowly going through what's in here. But yeah, thanks for the follow as well. Blast my Paul. You're welcome.
So we're looking at NTE's performance now.
Take your final dive.
But yeah, this guy was just like comparing it.
I think it was because I was fighting it for the first.
I mean, if the 99 percentile just shot back all the way up there, what's likely going on is the actual spike was the frame rate going too high. Is that the actual thing to track it and count the frame time, basically screwed something up because one frame was loading too quickly, and then the next frame was loading at a slower rate, and you get that.
First time that it was having
That's
some
probably what
spikes.
happened there. You got like an extreme spike for like a single frame just going like getting spit out so fast.
Of the Inferno.
Like that type of thing issue though, you would if you put a frame rate cap or turn on VSync would technically fix that.
So let's see. If we,
Set him on
let's
the
see
Porsche
if
when
we
you
get like less performance.
Yeah, there's no convertible. We'll probably do a different one in the future with the convertible maybe.
So yeah, it appears to be like for the first time that you fight a boss, you're probably going to get some lower some irregularities on the frame time graph. Maybe because it's
Yeah,
like
maybe streaming
just
some assets.
shader
I don't know.
compilations. But I didn't feel any stutters on either game. But Within Waves is just like that all of the time. Here we're comparing, well,
Like if it's like that all the time, he doesn't feel stutters because it was consistently bad the entire time. That's probably why he didn't get any stutters. I mean, you can see by looking at the freaking frame
again,
time millisecond.
driving around, but this time I'm on the ice area on Within Waves, and it has a lot less NPCs, and I thought it was going to run a lot better.
It's also a lot
and have
emptier.
less irregularity.
That's the funny part. This is like so empty. This thing has freaking light sources in here in these buildings. You got actual buildings there. You got all these different actual models of objects and stuff that it's rendering. That's the funny part. There's a lot more going on the NTE side because of all the individual things there versus the WUA side. And WUA was at half the frame rate.
And feel better because, well, it basically has nothing in it. It's just like there's basically nothing, but it surprised me on the bad side because what the fuck is this?
Yeah, the frame times are bad.
By comparing optimization, it's basically a direct follow-up to my other video talking about optimization. Obviously, I said in the stream at the start, I'm not comparing which game is better. I'm not comparing graphics, and I'm not comparing like characters or combat or anything like that. I'm not comparing any of that. I'm comparing a game built on Unreal Engine 5 that is known for having like the worst optimized games in existence against a game built on Unreal Engine 4, which was like a lot more reliable than Unreal Engine 5. So we are comparing the optimization and checking what good or at least half decent optimization looks like against like a game that it's very badly optimized. Just because you get a bajillion FPS does not mean that the game is optimized. But well, the rest is more of the same. As you can see, it's pretty consistent throughout like the whole 10 minutes of gameplay that I did and various areas of the game that I did, plus combat and plus heavy NPCs area. So conclusion, for everyone saying that, oh, we don't know if NTE is better optimized, the game is not out yet, blah 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 blah, here you have it. NTE
So this was
is indeed
you made this before
better
it released.
optimized than.
So this is like 5 weeks old, or not. Wait, no, this was after release. This is May 2nd. Okay, never mind then. Oh, I can close that one too. This mod makes Resident Evil 4 way funnier. What happened here? Okay, yeah, that does. It's just pointing when you scope. That is a funny mod. You just point. That is a good one. What is this one? Jail immediate life sentence. Meet human operator from MIT Media Lab. A wearable that lets AI temporarily take control of your hand using electrical muscle. Watch it crush piano, drop perfectly, and mix cocktails like a pro. Oh boy. I gave an AI a body. Ooh.
I gave an AI a body.
Hello, AI. How does it feel to have a body?
Okay.
Think you could, like, make me cocktails? Of course. Hey, AI, can you make me a rum and coke? Right up.
Jail immediate life sentence. Alright, Resident Evil 3 Remake We Never Got is coming. Okay.
Cut content from Resident Evil 3 Remake is making its way back into the game. The city areas, Uptown, the clock tower, the park, disused plant, cemetery, and the RPD are seen to come back with expansions and reworked layouts for Jill in already existing locations, with also new nemesis encounters and boss fights, new puzzles and mechanics thanks to a bunch of extremely talented fans and modders. This project is actually called Resident Evil 3 Last Escape. This PC-only mod will ultimately aim for the full version of the game many people thought they were going to be getting, but unfortunately did not. And there's a lot more reasons to stay locked in on this. This will also feature a redesigned item progression and placement system, a reworked crafting system with various gunpowder types, and also a return to the ink ribbon save system from Resident Evil 2. The creators of this mod have tons of early gameplay footage showing the mod in its early alpha stages still being worked on, which is the footage I'm actually using on screen right now. I'll be linking their full channel below for you guys to check them out entirely, but remember, this is the alpha version and the full release will look very different from what we're seeing here.
Alright. What the hell is this? We have to talk about Scientology situation. What the fuck? Some of this shit though is like so old now that it's probably it probably feels like irrelevant to look through.
And ladies and gentlemen, we've got a
Hey, this is from a month ago. God damn.
I want to talk a little bit about this group called Scientology.
Okay, what happened?
Guys watching, and whoever is interested in true crime, whoever's interested in things like cults probably knows what Scientology kind of is. For anybody that's completely new and out of the loop, Scientology is in fact a religion started by a science fiction writer called L. Ron Hubbard quite a while back. And this religion, which, a lot of celebrities like Tom Cruise, John Travolta, a lot of these people are part of, is very controversial. A religion that, a lot of people, if you really get down to the brass tacks of it, is just, it's
I don't know.
weird. It really is just a weird religion. And it's one of those things that's super popular in places like Los Angeles, places like Florida. And of course, understandably, I think a lot of people have been targeted by the
He founded it just to be alive, maybe, probably.
several decades. And it's just one of these things where when you really start talking about the story, it is a confusing mess. But why are we talking about Scientology today? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have had my own little brushes with Scientology. I've actually been to some of these places in Los Angeles, but I never had the balls to do what some children are actually doing nowadays.
What are the children doing?
To give you an idea, there's been this trend called #Scientology speedrun.
Okay, a speedrun. What?
In Los Angeles are deciding to raid this particular building, the L. Ron Hubbard building.
Okay.
It's actually close to actually right on the Hollywood Walk of Fame and Sunset. So let's watch one of these raid videos first and get an idea of what's actually going on. So basically, in these clips, a lot of these children have been running inside these Scientology buildings, and the Scientologists have been stopping them. So here you can see they go in with the air horns. It's a whole bunch of kids. They run into the buildings, basically go down all of these hallways everywhere they can. Now, of course, understandably, this is trespassing, so I'm not actually endorsing it. I don't think that that's cool. But these kids have decided to run through a place that I've only ever seen the lobby.
Damn, that's crazy.
This building, just the lobby. And these kids are deciding to go back in.
Yeah, those kids are
the
crazy.
Scientologists are like trying to push them out of it. Like it's fucking
Damn.
crazy. Now, again, I've been in this building once, right? I actually had the privilege of
This
talking
is
to
like
somebody at the
elevator.
reception. I believe her name was like Twilla. And I
Yep.
talked to her. I remember my wife was with me and she was enamored by it, right? She did not go into the building. I decided to walk in. I had a chat and she tried to get me to go into the back and watch like a video, which I did not. I actually was able to get out because thankfully a bunch of children who didn't rush in were just screaming how Scientology was a cult at the time. So I got out of it, didn't go in and watch the video. But I have a different actual story about that too, okay? But anyways, this was one of those videos. Now this trend immediately started becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. And there's actually more of these videos out there. In fact, people have been doing this trend so much that in this case, the Scientology buildings have decided to actually lock their buildings off, okay? They've barred entry because so many kids are doing this now, trying to get into the Scientology building. In fact, in some cases, they'll just pry open the door like this, send in the entire team, and just start fucking raiding the place. I mean, it's actually insane to see, man. I mean, this is the wildest shit. So they're actually running down the straight entry. They're grabbing the books. This is where I would have been sent to watch the tape, I imagine. But yeah, they're just getting kicked out immediately. It is, what people were often afraid to do back in the day, a bunch of these Zoomer kids on TikTok are just doing it for the fucking memes. I mean, it's crazy to a point. People are dressing up like Jesus Christ, for crying out loud, raiding the thing. I mean, there's really not much you can do when like 20, 30 kids have decided to run through the entire building. I mean, it is insane. And here, they actually went to the second floor, and yeah, that was Sonic running through the entire thing as well. So you can see they're being chased by like the actual staff. This is something that I would never have expected to see, and now kids are just doing it. It's one of those trends where I can't endorse, but at the same time, like Scientology is such a controversial, such an interesting religion that it's hard for me to even sympathize with them. Now, there's been so many runs that something that I found really interesting here, I'm not even joking, is people have started to map this shit out. So when you play games like Metroid back in the day, and they didn't come with a map screen, and you had to like draw the map of like, of the fucking planet and shit, just as you were playing it? Yeah, well, there have been so many like raids that people have started to like map out, for instance, the actual floor plan to the Scientology building. So literally from the actual like lobby, you can run down this hallway. You can see elevators. I guess you could say like a common area, what appears to be this classroom, and of course the question marks or the areas that are unexplored, okay? Like it's like a video game. They're filling up the map as they fucking go. So only 2 floors have been breached in the Scientology speedruns. And ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much what it kind of comes down to. Now,
So they
there's
breached 2
obviously more
floors.
videos that are coming day by day. Just in
Is there like anything else that they're showing then? Or is he just gonna keep saying that like they only breached 2 floors? Yeah.
involved into.
Not really much there then. Because like the thing is like a lot of these just they're very long, but there's like not much that goes on here. What is this? Logan Paul's manga slab scam. What the fuck? Yeah, this is what happens when people are bored, man. What is this? Cool, good for them. They sold 250K in less than 24 hours of that game. This is so old because like I haven't looked at this shit in like a month. So like there's a lot of stuff that's just so old here. What's this one? Okay, got Skia here. Main character. Photo mode. Okay, that is pretty hilarious. He gets stretched. That's a hilarious bug. Damn. Just do a different pose of a different character. That is sick. Okay. Sure, Digimon game thing there or whatever. But yeah, like some of these are like so old now, it's like mostly irrelevant. What is this? Parasites are eating your hobbies
On
alive.
April 21st, 2026, professional dead body filmer Logan Paul and Monsuno co-creator Jeremy Padawer made waves on anime Twitter when they announced that they had just co-purchased the, quote, greatest mangas in the world, the second highest grade One Piece #1, and the highest grade in existence of Dragon Ball #1 for a record $550,000. First appearance of Goku and Bulma, which isn't even true. Toriyama teased Goku at the end of Dr. Slump. Also, even if it was, it wouldn't be special because most chapter 1s are the first appearance of the main character of the manga. That's just how manga works. And it's not fucking Dragon Ball #1. It's Shonen Jump 1984 #50. I'm falling into his trap again already. So immediately, anime Twitter jumped Paul's ass, pointing out all those errors in his tweet, and then some. I myself chose to focus on mangas.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
If you zoom in on the grading slabs, there's some really funny nonsense on there too, like they just listed 2 random mangaka's names out of the 14 or so who also had a chapter in each of those issues. It's just so obvious that Beckett copy-pasted their template for grading American comics with zero regard for how it might make sense in the context of manga. Kind of like how it's stupid obvious that Paul could not give a single solitary PSA 7 too much corn shit about the series that he's flexing with.
I'm literally getting I'm getting goosebumps thinking about what anime means to me. Luffy D Monkey, shout out Luffy.
Monkey the LARPer.
What?
Monkey D Luffy.
Even the fucking cameraman can tell. But the thing about tricks is, when the magician's fuck up is that obvious, it's usually because he wants you looking at that instead of what's in his other hand. As fun as it feels to mock him for his obvious LARPing or watch one of his fellow WWE superstars
he wants you to look at the thing he's doing wrong so he can hide something else from you.
The most brutal ratios in Twitter history. You need to understand, Logan Paul doesn't care if you think he's a real One Piece fan. Just like he doesn't care about the sanctity of human life or literally any of the thousands of his own fans who he's robbed blind with his multiple well-documented crypto scams.
The only
thing he cares about is making money. And
Yep.
that is what makes him more of a threat to our hobby and community than any tourist who's ever subjected you to their bad opinions about anime boobs or whatever. The dude can't even come back to Japan as a tourist, and frankly, he'd be happy to see you call him one, because any publicity is good publicity when you're running an ad campaign, and because it stops you from recognizing that he's something much worse, an overseas landlord, someone without even a passing vacationer's interest in the culture he's invading, whose sole goal is to make a quick buck by making life less pleasant and more expensive for all the locals. And we know that because this ain't his first investment round. On July 22nd, 2021,
yes, the
Logan Paul
Pokemon
made
card thing.
waves across the internet when he announced
When he destroyed Pokemon cards for people who were into that stuff.
acquisition of the, quote, greatest collectible in the world, a PSA 10 Pikachu Illustrator Pokemon card for a record $5.275 million, a staggering jump from the previous documented price of $300,000 to $400,000 for every PSA 9 one that had been previously sold, except the one PSA 9 that he bought a month before for over $1 million. This was the culmination of months spent streaming expensive, high-profile Pokemon pack and box openings on the Impulsive podcast channel, the event that cemented PSA as the go-to grading house for Pokemon cards, and a watershed moment for the entire Pokemon TCG community in kind of the same way that a tsunami or a dam breaking is a watershed. Prices for rare cards and sealed product, old and new, which had already been creeping up due to pandemic pressures, exploded exponentially in a matter of months, with chase cards of all types rapidly escaping the reach of all but the most affluent fans and the most shameless clowns.
No! You just take it from my cart?
Oh, get the hell out of here. Run!
You've seen these creatures, no doubt, in TikToks, shorts, and cringe compilations, snatching new boxes and blisters off the shelf as fast as the Walmart associate can set them down before gleefully shoving their overflowing carts past the despondent faces of poor Pokemon-less children who arrived 5 seconds too late for the feeding frenzy. They've been the laughing stock of the internet and a bane on the existence of every honest Pikachu enjoyer for the last half-decade, and that is what Logan Paul is trying to bring to your local manga
it'd be nice if they destroyed it faster.
I mean, more of them than you already see at anime
because like they're just ruining everything, the
that
tourists
you actually want to visit.
do this shit.
Much many of you already know. But what you might not know is that what Logan Paul did to Pokemon and what he's doing to manga now was no accident. It was a calculated, coordinated plan involving multiple high-income investors to manipulate the Pokemon collectibles market for personal gain. And the exact same guy who coordinated it with him then is behind this move into manga now. Before we get to him though, I owe my wife, Yazzie, a huge thanks for making this video possible by telling me everything I didn't know about the Pokemon TCG side of this story. Because she was there in the trenches, cracking Evolving Skies, Chillin' Rain, and Vivid Voltage as the whole hobby collapsed around her, and now she has a new hobby. Oshikatsu, the art of outwardly celebrating one's favorite things, which is kind of like the opposite of slabbing. And recently, with a bit of help from our buddy Liam Rising Superstream, she got the chance to partner with Rio Rare, Japan's premier producer of Ita bags, to design her very own purse. I'm so proud of her. Now, a lot of these bags, as you can see, are made to display thinner merch, like can badges and cards, stuff like that. But Yazzie's more into plushies, and the bags that she usually uses to take those out are kind of bulky, so she set out to create something sleeker with a cute little heart motif and square pockets set a little deeper into the bag so she could bring her babies out in style. However, She also knows how important flexibility is to her fellow Hoshikatsu enjoyers, so she came up with this honestly genius little clasp system that pulls the pocket up and flattens it out for anyone who wants a more conventional
suckers will buy,
setup instead. Now, since it is her first time collabing with Ria Rare, their pre-order window's only going to be open for a short while from now
that's a
until
really nice
May
bag,
16th.
though.
So, if you want to get one of these beauties for yourself or a weeb you love, you better act fast at that link in the doobly-doo.
Buy it for Frogjo!
Bye!
But yeah, that
Love
is
you.
a really nice bag.
Okay,
though.
now back to the guy. The man who taught Logan everything he knows about transactional collecting and convinced him to start streaming box openings in 2020, and the man with the connections that let him buy the PSA 10 Illustrator from that anonymous collector in Dubai, is the very same man who just went in with him on those slabbed up shonen jumps. Monsuno co-creator Jeremy Padawer.
This is the first ever Weekly Shonen Jump from 1968. Weekly Shonen Jump allows the publisher to do is introduce a bunch of new brands, a bunch of new pieces of content. Naruto, One Piece, and Dragon Ball all started here. This is like the grandparent of them all. Potential $1 million publication down the road.
There's more to Jeremy than just creating a late-to-the-party Pokemon knockoff no one remembers for Nickelodeon, though. As the CBO of Jazzwares and former CEO of Wicked Cool Toys, he's actually managed the global license for real Pokemon toys for nearly a decade at this point. And before that, he was handling Jakks Pacific's line of Pokemon toys, among many other brands. But before he did any of that, way back in the year 2000, Jeremy made out like a bandit in the dot-com boom as the culmination of a website-building law school side hustle built on the innovation of spelling the first word of domains with 2 A's so they'd come up first in search engines. But what did those websites actually do, you ask? Why, they were secondary marketplaces for hot collectibles of the time, like AbsoluteFurbies.com and AbsoluteBeanieBabies.com. It's often said, because it's true, that the only people making real money in a gold rush are the folks selling shovels. And Jeremy Padawer has been in the shovel business for 30 years, during which
30
he
years of
befriended
selling
quite
shovels,
a few of his fellow shovel merchants and gold mine owners who all like to take turns selling their biggest nuggets back and forth to each other for increasingly large prices. But while that can be a decent, even fun way to store money, it's far from the best way to make it with your collectibles. For guys like this, the real grail isn't any of the rare or one-of-a-kind collectibles that they hoard and trade around to store their wealth. It's a very specific scenario. A chance for them and all their buddies to get in on the ground floor of a mass market gold rush for more common collectibles like Beanie Babies or comic books, where they can buy up stock before the plebs even come down with gold fever and make out like bandits. All because they predicted, or better yet, created the
they create the problem, then they sell you the solution.
And that is
Create the
exactly what
craze.
Jeremy Padawer had been trying to do with Pokemon for years before he met Logan Paul.
What's going to make this set into $1 million set 10 years from now is not the fact that the Charizard card, which I'll show you, is 50 grand. It's the fact that the Pikachu is $400.
That was Jeremy talking to sports card collector
Damn.
Buster Share way back in 2019, trying to convince him that Red
And
Cheeks
you're ready for
Pikachu was the
babies? I don't
Pokemon
know.
equivalent of an OG Michael Jordan card. And he actually does make some pretty salient points in the interview, as you would expect from the manager of the global Pokemon toy license since 2018, and a guy who had been working with the Pokemon market before that. He had some very unique and powerful insights into the buying habits of fans that let him see a market primed to explode. But to actually press the detonator, he needed help. He needed Logan Paul.
For about 6 years, Logan and I have been friends. We became friends around COVID, a little earlier actually. And dude, he reached out to me and he was like, Jeremy, I want to learn more about collecting.
And to understand why, you first have to understand the incredible economic magic trick known as speculation. If you understand the basic
Yeah,
principle
they're
of
fighting the
supply and demand, then you know
shit.
there are two ways to raise
Yeah,
the
I'm not
price of a thing.
surprised.
Either
They
suppress
gotta
the available
freaking-
supply, which is generally pretty difficult and expensive, or use cheap and easy advertising to convince more people they
I mean, yeah, like, the part of the thing why COVID accelerated, remember, like, everyone was getting stimulus checks at that time. And freaking Logan and shit was like, you know. He kept doing the freaking things where it was just opening card packs. And then, like, it, like, freaking made the demand just skyrocket, man. Yeah, I know, I heard about that. I saw the thing. I saw the meme about the stealing Mr. Cake and everything. Someone mentioned I should make one too on Nitsa or whatever, because the blue hair twin tails. Even though it's not the same style. With my model. Right. There's also no red on thing. Use the bathrobe. Oh, true, the freaking bath towel. Ah, yes, the baby. The Killian baby bottles. I'll have to look at the actual format of the video, then maybe we'll try it as a funny shit post clip. But yeah.
They want the thing. Of course, that generally depends on what the thing can actually do for them, but one thing that basically anything can do under the right conditions is be sold for more money than you paid for it. Those conditions naturally require demand for the thing to increase after you've bought it, which seems like kind of an advertising catch-22.
Speak Chinese
Here's
or
where
read
that
it.
gets interesting. The mere idea that there could be more demand for a thing later can create demand for it now. If you can convince, say, a rich and famous YouTuber to tell all of his followers, I'm buying this thing for lots of money because I think it'll make me even more money later, if even a fraction of those followers believe him, it magically makes the thing worth more money now. And the fact that it's already worth so much more now naturally indicates that it's gonna be worth even more later, which in turn means, of course, that it's worth even more now. And a thing worth that much now has gotta be worth tubs of money later. And hey, would you look at that? It's worth buckets now. This amazing trick works out great for everyone, except of course anyone who actually wants to own the thing for its intended purpose, like having manga to read or games to play or a house to live in. But who cares about them? You won't even be able to see those losers from where we're going on the fucking moon, baby! Unless, of course, literally anything happens to make the thing worth less money now, which, per the mechanics I just described, is not good. Like, say, for instance, the makers of Beanie Babies or comic books notice a bunch of people buying up special editions and first issues at ridiculous prices, so they start making more of those things to collect some of that bag and end up flooding the market with them. To avoid that sort of thing and make it all the way to the moon, you need a way to manipulate not just the demand side of the market, but the supply. A way to manufacture scarcity, or better yet, the perception of scarcity, since, again, buying up enough stock to actually limit supplies is very expensive, whereas advertising and packaging are dirt cheap. If you can use
for sure, that
those
moon rock's gonna be
tools
way
to
more
denote
valuable.
a segment of the supply as being special in some way, and convince enough suckers that that specialness makes it more valuable, then you can sell them something as worthless as a JPEG of a monkey for millions of dollars. But how to do that when the JPEG is printed on cardstock? That's the question. And the answer is slabs. Trading card grading emerged as a practice and very fun phrase to say as an offshoot of the coin grading industry in the early 90s, amid a rash of Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card counterfeiting. Hence why the first grading company was called Professional Sports Authenticators, or PSA. Over the decade, with the rise of sites like eBay, PSA's forensic services became increasingly essential to sports card and TCG collectors, who in turn turn became increasingly obsessed with the idea of owning certified, perfectly centered and printed copies of their favorite and rarest cards.
Sure.
Though ultimately it would be PSA's competitor, Beckett Media, whose Black Label came to be seen as the true gold standard of perfection among those hardcore enthusiasts. That's the power of packaging. This was naturally true for Pokemon cards too, where among the hardest core of collectors, top-graded cards commanded top dollar. Though that was only ever really true for the rarest and most desirable chase cards from each set, the holo foils and full arts. I mean, it cost $20 a pop, plus shipping and handling both ways just to get a card graded. Way more if you wanted to skip the line and get the highest end photo analysis done. No one was gonna shell that out for a random 30-cent EX card. That would be stupid. But what if they did?
Yeah, what if they did?
What if you could convince the world at large that every random piece of Poke Pack filler could be turned into gold if only the mighty card alchemists proclaimed and preserved its perfection in the magic plastic? When Logan Paul made headlines with his PSA 10 Illustrator, PSA became a household name overnight, irrevocably associated in the mind of the average Joe with the very idea that Pokemon cards could be worth big money at all. And to those Joes, the PSAs with the biggest numbers are naturally worth the biggest money across the board, regardless of their actual play or collecting value to anyone who's really in the
I have no idea.
I mean, sure, there might be several
I have no idea what
million
PSA
VMAX
means.
Morpekos out there, but only 737 of those are PSA 10s. $75 please, Mr. eBay sir. Or if you get a PSA 9 back, you could maybe get $24.99 for it, which you'll note isn't even your grading and shipping costs back, let alone the actual price of the card. Funny how the collecting bros who encourage all the Walmart scalpers to go grade all their cards and video games and comics and everything else never mention that part, or the part where you could get back a super common grade that's worth less than the raw you sent in, which mathematically has to be what happens most of the time, because if the cards that are worth thousands of dollars weren't exceedingly rare, they wouldn't be worth thousands of dollars. And per the mechanics of speculation, the possibility that any raw card could be gets baked into their pricing in the same way that sealed product that could have the big chase cards is almost always more expensive than what you actually find inside when you crack it. I digress though. Just as Walmarts and Targets across the nation were finding themselves infested with scalpers, grading companies suddenly had a new, much larger and less informed base of customers of their own, clogging up their order queues to the point that grading waits once counted in days or weeks were now measured in months, which in turn forced the more serious collectors with more serious collectors items to pony up hundreds of dollars for the express service. And despite the fact that those serious collectors still saw Beckett as the gold standard, it was PSA that ended up with the bulk of that business, in no small part thanks to Paul and pals constantly mentioning them in podcasts and interviews. Now, full disclosure, in all of the digging I've done, I can't find any evidence that PSA paid Logan or Jeremy for any of that publicity, so it is entirely possible it was all a happy accident for them.
Stupid,
the happiest accident of their entire careers. But there are a lot of ways you could compensate someone without actually creating a paid promotion that would need to be disclosed, like free or discounted expedited grading, or even, you know, just fudging some numbers here and there. Many folks online have opined that in photos, Paul's Illustrator looks a little off-center and nicked up for a 10. I mean, there are only 40 of those cards in the entire world in any condition, so it would be a huge statistical anomaly if even one of them actually was perfect. Certainly not impossible, and of course there's no way to check without seeing the card in person, which definitely is impossible.
It was more like parasites shitting out shitting assholes.
But, you know, something to think about, as is the fact that the controversies and scandals section of PSA's Wikipedia page is 4 times as long as their company history. Of course, it could also simply be that Paul, Padawer, and all of their pals saw the PSA brand as being undervalued, bought up a lot of cheaper relative to Beckett PSA 10 cards, and then started talking up things like PSA 10 Charizards and complete PSA 10 base sets as the grails of Pokemon in order to inflate the value of their own collections. You know, as a little side benefit to Paul's main plan at the time of building hype for his then in development liquid marketplace scam. Carl Jobst made an excellent video about that a few months back, by the way, linked up in the corner, where he also showed a few other examples of how high-profile record-setting collectible sales are almost always ads in disguise for something else, where the buyer intentionally
the whole thing is just
overpays
a
for an
fucking
item
joke,
in order to
man.
create hype around the idea that running your collection through whatever service they're trying to sell you can help make you rich. It's a real good way to sell shovels. Anyway, regardless of the reason, I doubt anyone at PSA was upset at the outcome of Paul and Padawer's promotion, which gave their business such a boost that by December 2025, their parent company, Collectors Holdings, was able to acquire Beckett outright, giving them control over 80% of the global card grading market. Antitrust laws? Never heard of them. And with that move, they also
What is antitrust
gained control
laws?
over
Are they food?
100%
Can
of
you
the
eat 'em?
global manga grading market. Because exactly 1 year before collectors bought them out, Beckett announced that grading manga was a thing they were apparently gonna be doing now, despite literally nobody in the manga collecting community asking for it. And naturally, nobody went for it either. Right now, there's this dude on the manga rarity subreddit, which is tiny and only exists because r/manga collectors banned speculation, flexing that he's got the only graded Haikyuu #1. Not the only 9.6, the only one in the world. Just keep that in mind whenever you hear top grade in the world, population 1. The distinction is meaningless unless you
only
give it
9.6,
And there are 2 big problems that have stopped manga fans from giving manga grades any meaning at all over the last few years. Firstly, real manga collectors collect manga so they can read that manga. Rare manga is only valuable to us because it's out of print and thus harder to read. So the idea of turning one of those treasures into a glorified doorstop is an affront to anyone who actually participates in the hobby. But the other bigger problem is the grades themselves are obviously complete bullshit. With coins and cards, there are clear manufacturing standards that individual items can be graded against, like how centered is the print, how shiny is the metal, are the ink layers all properly aligned, how much of the original stamp on the coin has eroded over time. But with a book, I mean, yeah, depending on the design, you might be able to judge how centered the cover is, but as soon as you look inside, the system falls apart. If you've ever flipped through a book before, you'll notice that the numbers in the corner move all over the place with every single page. That's because every one of them is printed and cut separately. So they will never be perfectly aligned when they're all bound together. It's mathematically impossible. Therefore, the only thing graders can really grade beyond obvious wear and tear or factory damage is the whiteness of those not quite aligned pages. And if you look at this Shonen Jump that I grabbed from my local Konbini last year, you'll notice none of the pages.
Yeah, because that's the thing with a lot of the manga as well. It's part of why a lot of anime and manga character designs, there's a lot of stuff going on with the hair. Because the paper they printed on, they used to print manga, is like that. It's not completely white. The pages and stuff like that. So they end up putting the detail elsewhere because it's a limitation of the actual stuff that they use for printing. Obviously, though, that limitation doesn't exist anymore. But, like, in the early days, and we're talking, like, several decades in the past, right, we're talking, like, 50 plus years in the past, it was a limitation. and they would do things around it, and it caught on.
Pages are white.
Like, the pages are not supposed to be white for a lot of manga from Japan. Like, if you get, like, the original prints and all this other stuff, like, a lot of this stuff regularly, if they're not fucking white pages, they're like this.
The closest they get is off gray because they print this shit on the cheapest phone book grade recycled newsprint they can find to make printing at peak 6 million right now, like 2 million a week, remotely viable.
Exactly.
Anyone who calls a given Shonen Jump white is lying to your face.
You have a Weekly Shonen Jump Dragon Ball 9-2 here with, look closely, exceptional white pages, which I believe...
That is bullshit. There is no freaking white pages for a lot of those.
is one of the only Beckett exceptional white...
Yeah, of any comic.
Yeah, no. Like, that's how you know it's all bullshit, too. Because, like, they're not supposed to have white pages.
Any comic,
of any
yeah.
manga.
Yeah, like look at the color of the pages.
That's not white.
Of course, comic grading is still a thing in spite of similar objections in that space, but it's only really a thing with floppies there. So thankfully, it doesn't have as negative an effect on comic readers as it could, because they can always just get the trade paperbacks instead. Those collected volumes you see in bookstores and whatnot tend to get larger, longer lasting print runs than the floppies, so only an idiot would try to slab a trade, even a first printing, because everyone knows the real first print is the floppy. On that note, now feels like a good time to point out that Japanese-style trade paperbacks, or tankobons, are literally the only format that 99% of manga have ever been available in on the English market. And that's the shit Beckett is trying to convince comic speculators to slap by using a Japanese word that they don't know what it means. But why would they do such a thing? The manga equivalent of floppies, Zashi, like Shonen Jump, pretty much only exists in Japanese outside of very brief stint in the 2000s where Viz tried to make English Jump and Shoujo Beat a thing.
I remember these. I remember, like, when I was in elementary school, like, every fucking, a month or whatever, there would be, like, this scholastic thingy that they would give, and, like, you could order whatever. And, like, they would have these as things you could order in the thing. In the catalog that they would give to students. Amongst a bunch of other random junk. They had these in there.
And while those are less common than tankobons and do have some nostalgia value for millennials like me, as translated reprints, they're still never gonna have the true first appearance provenance of an Action Comics #1 or Amazing Fantasy 15. There are some collectors of Kizashi or first chapters.
No, like, I remember as well, like, in those catalogs, they would have things too, like, they had, like, these really weird, like, a bizarre pocket dictionary thingies. And then, like, at some point they decided that they wanted to have them, like, disguised or, like, shaped like bootleg game consoles. I remember one time I got the one that was, like, shaped like a DS. The thing was a piece of crap, and it had, like, this weird stylus thing to, like, you could use, like, pushing on the buttons in there while entering whatever you're trying to search up. The thing was so bad. I don't know whatever happened to it. I'm pretty sure I broke it at some point or something. But, like, the thing was, like, a massive piece of junk. It was a cool novelty or something, I guess, at the time, but, like, I was, like, what? When I had that thing, I was, like, probably, like, 9 years old or something. And I thought it was cool at the time. I was, like, probably, like, 8 or 9 years old at the time. That was a long time ago. Yeah, we have the Nintendo DS at home, exactly. It do be like that type of situation. But, like, yeah, they would also have, like, these, like, Shonen Jump things in there too that, like, you could get. I remember it because, like, the way things would happen, right? Because, like, I went to a very small school as my elementary school. Like, in terms of, like, the graduating class that I was in, there was, like, barely 20 of us in that class. Because of the residential area and stuff I live in. Very small school. There was, like, one class per grade, and the school was, from grade, the school had all the way up to grade 8, and you had kindergarten as well before first grade, and the kindergarten thing was, like, a half day, and, like, the teachers there would basically do, like, they would have, like, morning section, they had, like, 12 kids or something, afternoon section, they would have, like, another 12 kids, they would have that, and then it would go all the way up. Right, so, like, the actual amount of students in that school, very small, but, like, the way the thing would happen, though, is, like, when they would get the stuff in there, right, it was, like, it kind of, I remember it would kind of feel like a mini celebration or whatever, whenever we would get, like, the orders or whatever from the catalog, because, like, the way it would work was, like, this company, whatever, that would sell a bunch of this crap, they would, like, hand these, like, flyer catalog things to students, or, like, to the students in the school, and then, like, you would get, like, one every single month, and then, like, at the end of the month or whatever, the stuff would get orders sent in, and it was kind of like a mini celebration when the kids would just get whatever they ordered or whatever. So we would have, like, all sorts of, like, weird random junk, some books and stuff like that, and yeah. I remember, though, there was, like, this one kid in the class who would always get the Shonen Jump, like, every fucking month. The Viz Shonen Jump thing, like, every month. And, like, it was just, like, the most different looking thing out of everything else that everyone else would get. Because, duh. A lot of the stuff would have been, you know, it's focused freaking in Canada, so, like, the things that are put in there, yeah. No, so Viz Media is a company that, like, they license stuff, right? And then they republish and translate it overseas. If you've ever tried to go buy manga, like the English versions of manga, like at a bookstore or whatever, one of the main publishers that you'll probably see is Viz Media is, like, one of them. And, like, there was a time, like, this guy just was talking about it earlier in this video. They would have, like, a Shonen Jump one and then a shoujo manga variant equivalent to that. I forgot what it was called, but I don't remember much about that thing. Anyways, what I'm saying is, like, Viz, they would, like, sell it as well in, like, some of these catalogs that would sell stuff to schools. And they had, like, their own, like, monthly version of Shonen Jump. Of whatever they had licensed and translated to English. And, like, what I was saying, there was, like, a kid in my class who would always order it every fucking month. So, like, it was, like, the most different looking thing compared to everything else. Because, yeah. Meanwhile, the stuff I would usually end up getting through that was, like, a bunch of school supplies and stuff. And it's also how I ended up with, like, that weird knockoff freaking dictionary DS thing. I have no clue. I haven't seen that guy, that kid in, like, more than, in, like, what? Like, 15 years or something? But yeah. It's just, like, it's just one of the things, like, you remember. Some of the things you remember is, like, the weirder stuff, or, like, the more, like, a different, shit that people would get that wasn't just, like, books and school supplies. Like, regular books and school supplies. Like, it was just kind of like that. Because they had, like, all sorts of just random crap in there. But yeah, like, there was just this one kid who would always just get a freaking Shonen Jump. Because, like, again, like, a freaking elementary schooler, I didn't really know much about manga or anything back then. And, like, yeah, okay, reading the freaking book the opposite way that you would normally read a book here, right, in the West. You know, you'd think of it as a bit strange if that was what you're used to. But yeah. I mean, like, I was a fucking elementary schooler at the time. Of course I wouldn't know. I wasn't freaking thinking about that shit. Though honestly, some of the shit I was doing at that age, has its own other thing. I think I was, like, more concerned on, like, what the fuck could I... what one random crap could I just, put on the computer I had at home back then? Yes, because he would make a big deal out of it, actually. I don't know if he was flexing or not, but like, I remember he would make a big deal out of it. But yeah. Yeah, more important stuff. Exactly. I guess. Alright, back into this, though.
The West, but it's always been a niche interest for us because we can't read them. We don't really have any nostalgic attachment to this format.
Yep.
The print quality sucks. And
yep.
And they just take up a lot of shelf space. So there was basically no way that Beckett could ever sustain an English-facing business by only grading these. They needed to convince people to start slabbing tanks just to stay afloat, and not just the few genuinely special first print tankobons.
Yeah, shelf
like
space is the issue, exactly.
One Piece, all of them. Manga fans just weren't biting, though, and any scalpers who might raid their local bookstores on Beckett's behalf were already busy shoving 8-year-olds into shelves at Walmart. But if Logan Paul could make hundreds of graded VMAX Morpekos happen by publicly overpaying for some cardboard, then maybe he can make graded tankobons happen by publicly overpaying for a book. If you watch the announcement video, they're not even subtle about what they're doing.
It's videos like these that are gonna make people go searching for their addicts to see if they got better copies.
By the way, if you have a better copy, will you at least call us first?
Yay, get a sub, we're buying.
Come on.
Though do take note, because it'll help you understand other scams in the future, of how they cloak the blatant sales pitch for grading in an even more blatant pitch of, hey, hit us up, we're buying. They know their target audience isn't gonna bite on that. They know a potential speculator's gonna see that and think, aha, you tried to get me, Mr. Paul, but I'm smart enough to hodl the manga so I can make even more money later, never realizing that what they're really being sold is the idea that an unreadable book in a useless plastic box is magically worth more than the book alone. Logan and Jeremy aren't alone, though. There are dozens of card and crypto bro sycophants talking up manga investments in their replies and quotes, LARPing as longtime otaku who still have their One Piece from 25 years ago and are maybe gonna get it graded, and attacking anyone who dares to question the wisdom of their investing gurus. They've got dudes on Reddit hyping each other up about their tankobon gets and all the generational wealth they're about to generate, and conversations indistinguishable from any NFT pre-sale, and dudes who already have generational wealth selling slabs back and forth to each other at many times their market value just to create the illusion of demand. This is called wash trading, and in traditional commodities markets, it's actually illegal, but in a neat little legal loophole, individual collectibles don't count as commodities, so you can just do whatever you want with those. And just as they did and do with Pokemon cards, they've been doing it with manga for
monthly
the last
reset
year or
time,
so.
yeah.
Just take a look at this totally legit auction reported
we
by
don't look at that
Swaggle House
shit.
in early April of, by an astounding coincidence, the exact same two Zashi that Logan Paul was planning to buy just 16 days later, with a graded Dragon Ball going for 45 grand and One Piece for 42.5. Now, just looking at how close those prices are, anyone who knows anything about these books can immediately tell something's up here. The 42-year-old Dragon Ball Key Zashi is substantially rarer than the 29-year-old One Piece one, for which which both the current and previous sales prices shown here are ridiculously inflated. The last recorded heritage auction sales for One Piece from before Beckett Bros started pumping the prices was in 2023 for a much less insane $2,000, and even that is well above the market average. Looking at eBay listings from this year, a near mint copy in Britain sold for about $800 on March 11th, and on April 17th, this one went for $1,600. And before WrestleMania, you'd find these things.
You don't think so? Oh yeah, they won't. The best way to read the things are like not there, and then also a lot of the things too is like a lot of them these publishing things are as well. They're publishing a lot of stuff digitally anyways, and the ebooks are technically the best readable format if you're like really into reading this stuff as well. It's just it's so bizarre that they're like trying to prop it up as something actually valuable when they're not. Especially because, like, at least with the card, right? You can still use a card when it's behind a plastic case. You can't do that with a fucking book. Because you can't read the contents of the book if the book is trapped and closed inside of a case. But yeah.
Going for even lower prices on Mercari and Yahoo auctions in Japan all the time. But ironically, it's the slabs that really lay the lie bare here. A Dragon Ball 6.5 and a One Piece 5.5 going for 40 grand? Any remotely credulous reporter would immediately question that, but we don't got one of those. We got Swagglehouse and friends, whose other friends really want them to sell you some Beckett slabs.
But of course, this all started with, when friend of the channel, Jeremy Padower, talked about, his speculation of manga. What if manga becomes the biggest collecting vertical and like Beckett becomes the grading company?
With Jeremy and his content on that table, he's got like 100 Beckett slabbed mangas, right? Because he's spending a ton of money. This is great for Beckett branding.
Guys, let's take a quick moment to talk about the sponsor of today's video, Heritage Auction.
Was that the legendary double shill technique?
Jeremy is obviously investing in the top end of things. That's why the prices are enormous. So maybe it really is just scratching the surface. Maybe this idea of buy your slabbed mangas now is still very early.
And once you're aware of that agenda, you start to see it everywhere in these collections.
It's everywhere.
Posts. They're all taking legitimately rare and pricey manga or one-of-a-kind items like scripts, then surrounding them with common tankobons to create the appearance of value by association. The ones who can afford it are intentionally grossly overpaying for top grades out of the few dozen first print tanks that have ever been graded, all to trick you into thinking that One Piece, Dragon Ball, and Naruto Volume 1, some of the most printed books in the history of books, will magically become rare treasures if only they're encased in the magic plastic.
Yeah, buy slab mangas protect history when you make
extinct. Would you look at that? Beckett Collectibles. And of course, Jeremy's right there in the quotes.
Except these plastic slabs aren't gonna do shit to protecting anything. Especially because you're still also gonna have freaking sunlight damage on these two once they get exposed to sunlight for an extended period of time. That will also damage the print as well. Like, yeah.
Expressing a high level of conviction for this extraordinary and overlooked category. Conviction that's supposed to mean something, coming from the man who predicted Pokemon, an angle that you can find Jeremy playing up elsewhere on his own Twitter. But in that same video, he made another prediction that immediately discredits the idea he has any prophetic powers.
And once you get beyond Pokemon, go a couple more years to Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2002, I have the PSA 10 Blue Eyes White Dragon card, the grail of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Anyone who knows anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! And the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community can tell you that's nonsense. With a very small handful of exceptions, the only value a Yu-Gi-Oh card will ever have is its ability to win games. Rarity is only a factor for staples, either because you can flex on a motherfucker while playing out your entire very shiny deck in one turn, or because maybe Konami's keeping a new power card rarity lock to make more money selling more boosters. If one card gets banned, a $1,500 deck can drop to $40 literally overnight. It's a
just gotta ban a
speculator's
card.
worst nightmare. When Logan Paul announced he was getting into Yu-Gi-Oh last month, no doubt on Jeremy's advice, the entire community laughed him out of the room. And we can too. We do, unfortunately, just have to accept that the richest LARPers in the room are gonna buy up the rarest, most one-of-a-kind anime-related items. In any growing fandom, stuff like that floats to and past the top eventually. But we don't have to accept their LARPing premise that a several 100,000 of a kind Zashi like One Piece Chapter 1 is one of a kind just because no other plastic box has the same arbitrary number on it. We don't have to acknowledge that this specific Dragon Ball jump that they grossly overpaid for is the Dragon Ball jump.
I guess not.
Because it's not. It only becomes
slabs are too
the
big.
Dragon Ball if enough idiots buy into their scheme to submit their own copies for grading, which would put it at the top of a pile of hundreds rather than currently dozens. And make no mistake, Paul's copy will stay on top of that pile. Beckett has no reason to grade any submission higher, no matter how many they get, because the whole system is arbitrary and subjective, and they can give any undamaged manga any number they want. They deliberately set the target at a 9.2 to make you think, wow, there's a whole 8 points above that. I could totally get lucky if I send mine in, but you won't get lucky. Someone will eventually, probably someone who knows someone with a 9.3 or 4 to keep the floor low for a couple more years, but only when they need Paul and Padawer to make another record-setting purchase and rev up the hype cycle again. And while I'm calling shots, let me tell you where I think the current hype campaign is going. It is not a coincidence that one day after their kayfabe trash talk on WrestleMania, iShowSpeed was the first guy calling Logan Paul a tourist, and it's not a coincidence that Logan Paul took his promo picture for the One Piece Zashi in front of the WrestleMania stage. All of this touristy tweeting, sarcastically taunting One Piece fans about how much love they've shown him as he shows off things he's bought that are supposed to make us jealous, every one of which has multiple blue check accounts replying with the same AI manufactured meme of Monkey D Speed decking Logan Charlos, by the way. It's all heel work. He is intentionally using toxicity and tribalism in the anime community to build heat for a grudge match at probably SummerSlam 26, where Speed is gonna kick his ass and take the graded One Piece from him, thus turning a relatively common $1,000-ish Zashi into a prize with a storyline and a symbol to anime fans everywhere of gatekeeping the tourists, which in turn will cement the idea in pop culture that manga in a slab is special and worth more than manga you can read. Which of course he's hoping will in turn make the other two One Piece Zashi that he bought, even the one with the scuffed, chewed up corners, worth more than he ever paid for the one that Speed is gonna take from him. A price, I want to note, that has never been disclosed in any of these tweets or videos where they're flexing the $550K they spent on Dragon Ball, because it probably wasn't that much, and it would make the scam really obvious if they told you what they paid. And what I think makes this branding strategy especially obvious is how Jeremy has also pivoted to rage bait, pathetically transparent Gen AI rage bait of him as the oldest manga fan ever, after all of his attempts at positive publicity fell on their faces. Though, just to be clear, I'm not showing you any of these tweets to have you guys go yell at these guys. And I'm not just saying that to cover my ass like a drama tuber. I really mean it. When you quote dunk on Paul and Padawer saying, you're not a real fan, you don't deserve the One Piece Chapter 1, or the Dragon Ball Chapter 1, or the Big Toblerone, no matter how brutally you ratio their asses, you're giving them exactly what they want. Associating their names with the brand names of these anime and reinforcing the idea that these slabbed up collectibles that they overpaid for are something special that only a real anime fan would deserve. Somehow more special and more valuable than any of the vast majority of identical Shonen Jump issues and tankobons out there, which nobody's bothered to submit to Beckett because, again, manga grading is obviously a scam. As long as they can get you talking about anything other than that fact, Paul, Padawer, Beckett, and all of their bros win. But if you focus on the scam part of the story, if you explain why grading manga is bullshit to your friends and fellow fans, or just share this video so I can explain it for you, and if you make people at cons and online who do buy and sell graded shit, especially tankobons, feel as stupid and unwelcome as they are, we might just be able to excise these parasites before they can fully sink their teeth in. By forming a united front, you guys can starve Beckett out of your hobby, and if they go, the speculators and scalpers will go with them. Make Logan Paul apologize to Japan again. Hey, thanks so much.
Okay, that was a good video. It's just crazy though, like what's going on. That the fact that they're freaking grading manga of all things, it's so fucking stupid, man. But obviously they're doing it as a way to just freaking profit off of it. Very, very scummy. Very scummy there. Like what you expect. Alright, what's this one? Expose scammers in London. Oh boy. The fuck is he doing? You just pepper spray them? Or what else? Is it spray paint?
Get over here, fat boy! That's me hunting a gang of scammers in London, England.
What the fuck? Is he just spray painting people? Actual PvP. Oh, he's spraying back.
That's a scammer giving me a taste of my own medicine. It all began 48 hours ago when I met London's #1 pickpocket hunter, Diego, aka Pickpocket London.
Don't come here stealing people, yeah? Why you here stealing people, yeah? You here again stealing?
Because once they are covered by paint, like red paint, they don't have how to steal anymore.
And you brought me a gift.
Yeah, it's gold on London, actually.
The iconic red spray paint. This is criminal identifier?
Exactly.
And this is legal to spray right in their mouth?
Depends of the situation is legal. The situations that we explore is legal.
And if things get shiesty, we have?
Fred.
And? 2 professional bodyguards just in case things get dicey.
Okay. They got bodyguards too.
Diego spotted a gang of cup and ball
Alright, he got his squad for PvP. How long does the paint last? No clue.
Swindling tourists on the Westminster Bridge. The scam is simple. If you pick the cup where the ball is under, you win. But the game master and this entire crowd is actually part of the same
using
gang.
sleight of hand
to show
thing.
tourists walking by how easy it is to win. And then when you play, the ball is hidden in the game master's hand and impossible to win.
So the group is gonna be in the middle of the bridge. Get out of here! Scammers! Scammers!
Hey, no. Our game now! Our game now!
Get out, yeah!
They just stuck like pig. That's crazy.
This one? Is this you? This you? Never. But don't be fooled. This is literally the cup shuffler himself. And amidst the chaos, these rats try to blend into the crowd, and it often works.
Because you've been scammed in the carnival before, I say.
Look at him, this one right here. He's running! He's running! He's running! Where are you running? Where are you running, boy?
What?
Thief right here. We have
You need the
Scammer
wire
right here.
you
Where are you
running.
running? Where are you running? Where are you running?
You need the wire.
He's gonna
He
get
needs
hit
the
by a
wire
car.
you're running in his edit. That clip playing or whatever.
Yep, man. We have their game. Run. He's
Okay.
running. He's gonna get himself killed. Scammer! Scammer! And he's gone. Like a rat. All right, there he is. We're coming. Guy running, where'd he go? All right, thanks, mate. Ah! Thank you. All right, where'd he go? Where's the guy running? All right, we gotta keep looking. We got his stuff, we got his goods. Anyone see a guy running with a red jacket? Ah, I see. They know the escape routes. That's what I've learned. These guys are so bold, though. They probably just respawned. As Diego led me to the spot, he says these rats are known to hide after being caught red-handed. Diego recognized one of their veteran spotters.
Spot us, you know. Yeah, he's the thief. Yeah, yeah. You
They got spotters too. Damn.
You, where is your group now?
You. Get the police. We need the police. Get the police. Call 11111. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah. Where is
Oh, you're gonna turn the justice? Yeah?
Where is the money of the victims?
Scammer! Scammer! Don't spit. Don't spit near little kids. He's hacking up a loogie. F you.
Yeah, you didn't do a good job today.
Don't be a thief.
Oh. Come here. Come here.
Yeah, let's go. Come.
Here. Oh, where is the ball? Where is the ball?
Hey.
Give back.
Fuck you.
Give it back.
Don't take our stuff. Give it back. Get out of here. Don't be a thief. Don't be a thief. You're a bad boy. You're a naughty boy. We need to get you a 9 to 5. Where does he want us to go?
You know, if they wanted to be even crazier, they should have sprayed his phone too with their spray paint thing.
You know him? Is he an old friend?
What's happened to you?
I sprayed myself. How long have you known him?
For years.
Years. So he's an old face.
Nah, he's no face.
Do you want to spray him like a painting? No more stealing.
They just spray him. Yeah, they should just spray him.
Pickpockets! Pickpockets!
No scummers today anymore in the bridge.
No?
Yeah.
He's a vet?
Yeah. You can go if you want.
Be gone. Get out of here. No more stealing. Talk as much as you may about these thieves.
It's funny.
Nah, they never give up. Yeah.
But I won't stop until the whole gang is painted red with my 100% legal criminal identifier spray. Meanwhile, having stolen the cup and ball game from the scammers themselves, Diego received the tip that a Chilean pickpocket couple was on the loose, stealing bags from innocent people.
Oh boy.
Chileans? Diego is going through his sources right now. He says 2 Chileans just stole a bag. We're going to intercept them. Diego is constantly receiving feedback from the local community.
Yeah, 2 Chileans.
So you
But
intel from one of your sources.
yeah, this is from now. But last week they did another victims, but someone catch them head-handed, you know. Now this one is from 1 week ago, 3 of April.
Okay.
Like last Friday.
That's them stealing in
Yeah.
the guy's shops.
Yeah.
So that's
But
CCTV
the manager stopped them. Yeah, they say it's all a bag. So now if we spot them on the street, we're gonna straight away for spray
Yeah.
or call the police and say, oh, this.
And you know what they look like.
Yeah. Call Tyler.
And just to emphasize Diego's insane memory of countless pickpockets' faces and just how many of them are active on any given day, while I was using the toilet, Diego spotted a different South American pickpocket couple he recognized as they suspiciously eyed
I don't know,
an
Mom.
Asian family's bag.
These 2 individuals are well known in central London, a couple who have been operating for years using the same method every time: distraction, quick approach, and within seconds, your belongings are gone. They've been spotted multiple times in busy areas across the city, especially around shops and tourist hotspots. On one occasion, he was caught red-handed inside Primark stealing a phone directly from a customer. They work together in coordination. One distracts while the other carries out the theft. If you're in central London, stay alert. Take a good look at these faces.
We're looking for it.
Be careful, guys. You have 2 pickpockets here. They was attempting to take your stuff.
Run. I'm here with.
All done, let's go, dude.
We ran into you in the wild. You've joined the hunt with us. Are you ready?
Join the hunt and we've spotted 2 pickpockets.
Okay, lead the way.
No stealing today, yeah? No stealing today. Pickpocket. Pickpocket!
Pickpocket! Pickpocket! Pickpocket!
Nope. The gob's brain. Nah, they need to come back and do this with paintball guns. That'd be even more fun. They gotta go running around with freaking paintball guns. Pig pocket. Nah, you gotta get a live pig and try to shove it in their pockets.
Everyone stand down. You've been absconded. Stay here. But these professional thieves were playing dumb and wouldn't wait for the police.
Pickpocket.
Stay here.
Stay here.
Stay here. Stay here. No, for what? You was trying to touch with the Chinese. Stay here.
Pickpocket! We wait here for the police. Stay. Just stay. Stay. Just stay.
Yeah, crazy.
Stay.
Let's return there.
Oh my goodness.
Come
But luckily, a bystander stepped in and restrained the thief trying to escape. Pickpocket! While his girlfriend began to run.
Oh.
No have nothing. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, crazy. Let's return there. Come here.
Pickpocket! Pickpocket!
You're gonna come for the police.
We have 2 rats right here. Everyone, calm down.
Aguanta acá, tú eres carterista, los dos.
Relaja. Pickpocket, relax.
Go to the floor.
Everyone relax. Relax. No more pickpocketing. No more pickpocketing. Guys, just relax. Relax. Just relax. We're waiting for the authorities. All right, don't choke him out now. Don't kill the guy. All right.
You work, you apoya, desgraciado, carterista.
Okay, he's got him. You got him. Hey, relax. Calm down. Relax. Okay, so Good Samaritan came in.
Oh no, someone got kicked.
Stop.
So the bystander got kicked. I think they blurred the bystander who was trying to help them, and then they kicked him. Is that
Relax, everyone, relax. Fred, relax. No more stealing. No more stealing.
I don't know.
Come back. Lady, why you run? No more pickpocketing. Pickpocket! Hello, how are you?
They got recognized by someone. Crazy.
You don't have nothing. You don't have nothing. Hey, my proof. What's up? I need it.
Why don't we wait for the authorities? Pickpocket! Miss, why you steal? Why you steal?
I'm not stealing nothing.
Why you steal? Pickpockets! She's a little slippery, eh? Pickpockets! Hey, come on now. Okay, just so she's identified. No more stealing, okay?
I'm gonna show you some videos. Gonna show you. You don't have nothing. Llama a la policía. Llamamos a la policía. No tengo nada ni siquiera como para que digan. Encima me pegan como que si yo
fuera
delincuente. Tú eres delincuente. Sorry, I need the police, please.
Pickpockets! Security, we got a pickpocket. Can you help? You want? Okay, he doesn't want to get involved. Well, this is why the issue's as bad as it is. Are you retiring for the night? Pickpocket! Yay! All right, the people stand with justice. How long have you been on the grind? You and your... Oh.
Damn.
She got me in the face. Why are you hitting me in the face like that? Why are you hitting me in the face?
Damn, getting sprayed for.
I'm not strangling you. I'm struggling.
You got nothing.
This real world PvP is crazy.
Nothing. You got nothing.
Oh.
Y tú, maldito desgraciado, que porque soy latino, que chucha me grabas. Yo soy latino también, tonto. Yo soy latino, tonto. Yo soy, I'm from South Latino. No, you are a thief. You are a thief.
No, you know, here's where they went wrong. They should have gotten some of those bike lock things, like the ones that have like they're like kind of like a tube thingy, and just when they got them pinned down, get the freaking bike lock and just bike lock them to one of the posts there. They should have just done that. They should have gone prepared and gotten that.
You are a thief! You are a thief! You are a thief! Denuncia!
Sorry. Okay, well, she hit me in the face there. She got me pretty good, but I'm a nice guy. Okay, well, why are you attacking me then? Just because you're not good at it doesn't mean you weren't trying. Oh, be gone. Pickpocket. She's throwing some flying kicks, though, I gotta say. Pickpocket! Right here. The red woman. Oh, it is. You're in one of them. She got me. She popped me. We love you too. How are you? How's it going, guys? Have a great day. There's her men's. There they are. There they both are. The couple, the pickpocket couple. Well, the pickpocket couple bonded over their newly painted faces, sheer lack of shame, and love of theft. The police were nowhere to be found. Get out of here, man.
Ah, you crazy, stupid.
Get out of here, man. Pickpocket! All right, these two right here, they're on the run. We're getting the middle finger. She had those nice nails. Now they're painted red. Pickpocket. Woo! Fuck you, motherfucker. Don't you ever spit a nasty loogie at me. Pickpocket! Did she get me? Oh, he got me with the loogie. Disgusting.
Yep.
I might have AIDS now. While the locals joined in on our shaming ritual, the thieves began using trash as ammunition. Pickpockets! These two right here. Pickpockets! Pickpockets!
Yeah.
Pickpockets! Oh yeah. Watch out for. Oh. Man. Uh-oh, don't do it. Oh, disgusting. She's using trash as her weaponry. With the police still nowhere in sight, Diego and Fred hopped on a bike to regroup with me after realizing I was with the two pickpockets. I sent, what did she throw? A Red Bull? Come on, I love Red Bull. This is the modern day Romeo and Juliet.
Damn.
Pickpockets! What can he say? Ah, he keeps doing a little pump fake. ¿Qué es tu problema, puta? Gordita and gordito. We have backup. Look.
Oh, they got the rental bike.
Look who arrived. Pickpockets! They show their love for one another despite all the challenges. It is a modern day Romeo and Juliet. Yeah. What? ¿Qué es tu problema? No more stealing. You. No more stealing. Get out of here. Don't do it. Just wait for the police.
Oh, we got hit. Oh boy. Now it's Tyler Ronda.
Hey, stop. Get off
Damn.
the push. Yeah, stop.
Oh boy, it's all censored.
YouTube won't let me show you the chaos that happens next, so go subscribe to TylerRod.com for $5 a month to watch the uncensored version of this video, get early access to all of these videos, and watch bonus content I can't upload on YouTube. Wait for the police. Stop, Fred, stop, restraint. Fred, stop, restraint. Wait for the police.
Stab me with the clippers.
She stabbed you.
Yeah, stab me with the clippers, bro.
All right,
Oh,
stand back.
damn.
Just wait. Let him go. The police are nowhere to be found. You got stabbed?
Yeah.
You legit got stabbed?
Stab me with the clippers.
Let him go, man. Wow, that was very violent. She got her clippers out and started stabbing Fred, and Fred did not hold back, to say the least. Listen, I don't condone violence against women, but wow. After a fight broke out between my security and these thieves, the police finally took them into custody. So we came back the next day, only for Diego to spot another pair of rats plotting a theft. Big transgender political rally. We got people handing out smile stickers and tons of tourists. The bridge will be busy.
These two here. What's your plan here today, bro? Pickpocketing people.
We got pickpockets?
Yeah. Your plan here is pickpocket people today? No? What you doing
Okay, we
here?
have some familiar faces. Ah. Diego, you know these guys?
I know them.
It is busy today. We're not even gonna be able to move. It's a perfect time for them to escape if they wanted to. Pickpockets! Pickpockets! Are you gonna stop stealing today? You promise? Look at me in the eyes and promise. I'll leave you alone. You're gonna stop stealing today. Look at in the
How
camera
do they
and say,
find him in DL?
you're gonna stop stealing? And you're gonna get
That's
a 9 to 5
crazy.
at Tesco. Like a good boy? Okay. Pickpockets! These two right here. Tighten your purse, clutch your belt. Pickpockets! No denial even. No, I'm not even a pickpocket, just straight absorbing the damage. Right here. Oh, the white shoes. The criminal identifier has been used. The red shoes means he's a thief. Where are they headed? Pay your fare. Pay your fare. Okay, he paid. He paid for once in his life. If he continues down this career path, he will pay very dearly, I suspect. Pickpockets! Right here, these two. Yep. Whoa! What's happening here?
Damn.
Pickpockets! It is avoidable. It is avoidable. No more stealing, boys. 9 to 5 at Tesco, okay? You promise me? Okay, let's go. Young man,
You don't think about
you're truly a
the
stoic,
consequence,
emotionless statue, which I mean, he is the makings of a professional, I gotta say. How many victims? How many wallets?
Damn, how many
addition of guilt? Do you
victims?
feel bad for doing this or what? Now the public's getting
Yeah,
out of
it
this.
is crazy.
Pickpockets! With all due respect, there's additional seating back here if you want to move people. These are two thieves right here. I would really suggest 2 thieves right here. Zip the wallets, tighten the purse. You don't want to be sitting next to these two fellas. No one likes this. No one likes getting stolen from. Imagine being in London without your wallet. You know what I mean? You don't know what I mean. He has no remorse. He's a stoic, emotionless thief. How do you know who's who?
I just know then, you know, like some faces, they have like criminal face.
Yeah. Criminal face.
Sometimes I just like cross one person, I say, oh, it's not like, for me, suspicious, you know, the way that they do the things, like I
Their
just...
body language.
Body language, this kind of stuff.
Do we have an epidemic of pregnant women out here too?
A lot of different skins, you know.
What's the most recent scheme you've
It's the
noticed?
superpower.
The gypsies once, like Romanians, Bulgarians once.
You can just scout them like a big radar, yeah.
Wherever they have opportunity, valuable things, you know, they steal. But usually like luggage, wallet, mobile, computer.
And has anyone ever tried to stab, shoot, or punch you?
The punch sometimes, like mainly when you go for a man, you know.
Yeah, pickpocket
natural,
megaphone,
they'll be
yeah.
more violent.
Sure.
They try to defend themselves.
And I see your eyes darting back and forth. What are you looking for right now?
Mainly here, you know, it's a little
Might as well
crowd. It starts to be more busy, you know. The parade is gonna finish
Oh
soon.
boy.
And I noticed you were wearing, can I show? Or is that a secret?
I don't tell anybody that I use it.
Okay, so you have some stab-proof
Yeah.
vests on.
Yeah.
Are things that serious out here?
It's happened.
Just a precautionary?
Precautionary.
Yeah.
Has
I
anyone tried
have
to
it.
stab you?
No,
No?
never.
How many informants like him do you have on the streets?
I have like a lot, you know. People that work in shops, securities, taxi drivers, delivery riders, everyone drop message all
text
day,
you
you know,
directly?
they text you.
Wow.
Vocês são de livre? Estão passeando aí hoje?
I thought he was
Vocês tomam
about to get
cuidado.
pickpocketed just now, but now as a friendly guy, just thanking him for the work he does, because he really is a real-life superhero.
Vamos tentar pegar alguém aí hoje.
Diego, you're saying bags like that are perfect?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
people
a-
are distracting,
You
taking
get a-
pictures, and the guy take advantage. And
So pickpockets will take photos of bags on the ground like that and say like, hey, here's an easy lick.
yeah.
Okay, don't leave your bags on the ground like that. And after a long day of patrolling known pickpocket hotspots, Diego got another tip from his pickpocket hotline. All right, you got a
This
tip?
guy, you know. Yeah. This
Okay,
guy.
the white beret, what did he do? What did he do?
He just targeting people. I think the guys know him.
All right, Diego's found a guy. We got a lead. We're gonna chase the lead, see where it ends. Let's go. We found some fellas. Who sent you the lead?
The position. A friend of mine, he works on the streets, you know. He's definitely a pickpocket.
A thief.
Yeah.
Let's chase our guy. All right, Diego's sniffing the trail right now. We see something. We're on the move. We're gonna be discreet, but we're focused. We're locked in. Let's see if we get it. He's on the trail. He's on the trail. We gotta move with intention. Diego's feeling it. He's feeling it.
He's coming out. He's coming out.
Okay,
He's
good.
coming out.
Hey, lock in, lock in.
He's coming out.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. With your white cap.
I see him.
French,
Yeah, I
French.
see him. I see him. Yeah. He's leaving. Are we sure it's him?
Yeah. No. I mean, let him take action. If he cannot
All right,
take
put the
action.
camera on. Put the camera on.
Okay.
Yeah, you got him. You got him. Snipes a little shot. There we see him. Do you know this guy's face?
Yeah.
Is he familiar?
Not familiar, but my spotter spotted him, you know. Maybe he gonna get like some restaurant, you know, or he just gonna smoke. You know. Never know. He get inside of Primark. He gonna steal bags. We have a thief inside. We're gonna trace him, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Excuse me. Let him grab. Once we spot him, grab some bags. We he was inside this Primark. He grabbed a trolley, and then I don't know if he spotted us or something like that, but he gave up of the trolley. I think he's running out now.
All right, our guy left behind his cart, left the store, was fake shopping. He got spooked.
Down there, down there, down there.
The thief was onto us and began his escape towards the tube. Huh? What? What? Talking to me? Why are you talking to me? Why are you talking to me? Huh?
Looking for to look for
You talking to me?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
You wait for it.
Don't touch the camera.
Huh?
Don't touch it. Excuse me?
This police? You police?
Why are you talking to me like that?
You police? Sorry.
Back up a little bit. Back up. Get the out of here, all right? Back. Don't play these games. Don't play these games. I'm gonna turn you into one of my French girls. Hey, stop. No. I told you. Thank you. Get out of here. Get out of here. What are you doing? Why are you touching our stuff?
Wait for first.
Back up. I didn't touch you.
Wait.
Why you smacked our camera? You keep going. You'll notice I haven't even called this guy pickpocket once. Yet he's denied being one multiple times. Maybe he does have a conscience. I was trailing this guy just to see where he's headed. He goes, why you follow me? Then things got handsy. I think the police should be called.
It's me, pickpocket me.
I never said that. Stand back. Probably.
Me
Probably. But I never said anything.
Like call police, no problem.
You should. You're good?
Yes.
Let's shake on it then. You're not going to be a thief anymore? Come over here. Come on. Move on.
He doesn't want to shake on it, damn.
You going to go on the subway or what?
No good for me, please.
Just keep going. Just get on your subway. Don't be a vagabond. Don't be a thug.
Okay, sorry. Okay, you force mister. Understand?
I understand you hit my property and you need to stop.
Me pickpocket?
Huh?
Sorry, me pickpocket?
No one said that.
Sorry.
You probably are, but no one said that.
Probably.
I never said you were.
Sorry.
Yep.
Tell me about that guy.
We know him from the street.
He's one of your characters?
Yeah, we are following him. Just wait for he like stealing properly. I never met him before.
Yeah.
Like my friends have spotted him.
I see. So your friends who also are on the lookout, they know his face. So what he got most offended by was not the punch in the face, but when he got called pickpocket afterwards. What were the biggest things you looked for there? Just his overall body language, how he's casing people out? What did you see?
Yeah, as we saw them before, he like look into people, like who look into pockets, mobile at hand. Once the people put the mobile in the pocket, he goes for the mobile. He get inside of the stores, he get the trolley, he go for bags when the people are changing or something like that. They put the bags in the troller, like then run away.
And only a couple hours later, another thief was spotted on Diego's radar.
Black beret, blue backpack, okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna watch him from outside. Yeah, we see him, right? He's definitely...
He's in that store.
He was,
in that restaurant.
He was bumping into the chicks and whatnot too. Those girls in there, they were all weirded out. He was moving fishy. Come over here though, come over here.
I can see him.
You see him?
Yeah, I can see him. This guy's a fucking little bastard.
Just look at me, friend.
No, he can't see. He's goes back to him.
Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
Is it this guy? Oh, he's back.
After following this rat for about an hour, it was clear he knew we were onto him, so we decided to call it a night and go to bed, only for him to get arrested immediately after, with several stolen wallets in his possession.
Damn.
Diego's last thief apprehended, we decided it was time to finish what we started and go back to the Westminster Bridge to see if the same scammer gang we met 2 days ago was dumb enough to show up again. See these guys? They're setting up shop. These guys are playing the game. Shall we paint them red?
100%.
One last painting?
One more.
Excuse me! Taxi! We're about to storm the cup and ball scammers on the Westminster Bridge and turn them red. I'm nervous. Are you nervous?
Slightly.
A little bit? Yeah, I'm like kind of amped up. I don't know why. Right here, right here.
Yeah.
You ready?
Thank you.
How to unlock it?
There you go.
Wait.
Scammers! 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 Get out of here! You!
Scammers!
Damn.
Scammers!
There you go, 3. They're gonna get us to the 4th?
Where's she?
Oh, damn.
Yes, you.
You could have been reversed. guys.
He got me. He
Damn.
was sprayed. Must be willing to get sprayed.
Give me the camera.
Where?
Right here. Where's the
Where's the money?
Where's the money?
Scammer. To my family.
Oh, it was the guy earlier.
Here. This spot. Here. Scummers. Scummer. That's for sure. Yeah, 100%. Both bananas.
Why are you stealing?
Shut up.
Look what you doing in my jacket.
What tongue is this? Romanian? What does he speak?
No, if I am gypsy, what is your problem? I see you.
I see you.
You give me with the spray, yeah? You gonna pay me jacket.
Wait, what here, bro?
Well, don't touch me.
Hey, what here? Sorry.
Fuck off, idiot. Idiot, me pay money for this jacket.
You come here to steal.
Buy me, you mean I not steal in my life.
Get out.
Go to the work. Go to the work, don't stay like this. Go to the work if you want time. You touch me, I'm gonna kill you. But goddamn what he say? Goddamn what he say, the strands.
So what you gonna
You
do?
think I'm scared to you? Go to the work. Go to the why you stop me?
Go to the work, guys.
Calm down. Good to meet you, bro. It's great to meet you. Here. I don't know.
His mother is a nice person.
Just relay it. Hey, I'll be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be kind. For your own sake, this guy loves hurting people. I'm gonna be honest.
We are legal. We come here stealing people.
Why for me I say I have 20 years in this country. I don't do nothing.
Let's do a
Say
breathing
sorry, you don't.
exercise. Let's do a breathing exercise.
Why you don't?
Breathe.
For crying.
Really? Wait, the guys who were sprayed?
Yeah.
Sprayed red. They were crying like babies.
Damn.
Oh, them. And that brought you joy, right?
Yeah, I love that.
Okay.
They're always f***ing there and the police don't do nothing.
Well, there's that. Crazy though. That one was super entertaining to look at though. But yeah, there's so much left that I still haven't gone through because, damn, there's a lot. Yeah, so though, I think we'll end off here for the night. Apparently, they're slowly going through and giving people the 1.1 test access as well for the NTE stuff. So hopefully I can get that sometime later in the day so I can start working on putting other stuff together. Right, because like, at least I got the stat calculator done. So this part is at least done. We know what to prioritize, what stat where. But there's still a lot more work I have to put into figuring out the rest of the stuff. But yeah, that said though, again, as usual, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time, and you guys have a good day or night wherever it is you guys are. I mean, yeah, but probably not immediately. But yeah, I'll try to get the car and stuff like that, but like there's a whole month. But yeah, see you guys. See ya.